now on week 3 of the Whitesands Flood Protection Order inquiry. For those who've not been here before, I'm not sure there might be one or two. I'm Lorna McCallum. I'm a reporter for the Scottish Government Planning and Appeals Division, and my colleague is Dan Jackman, who's an assistant chief reporter. We're on week 3, which is scheduled to cover impacts on town centre tourism and parking and community engagement. I could run through some preliminary matters before we hear from witnesses. At the start of the week, we had some documents circulated from St Masons on behalf of the Council. These have been forwarded to Mr Dowson. This was the email from Scottish Water, the revised cost-benefit analysis and details of the Town Centre Forum. Mr Dowson, you had submitted an email to us in response to that. Do you wish to have that email considered as your closing submissions, or would you rather those comments are picked up and included in your closing submissions in due course?
Well, I think it's very important that they are included within the closing submission, so I would certainly wish to address those issues there. I mean, we can't discuss it any further because it's passed on, I believe. Is that correct? But I did want to make it very clear that we still feel there's a bit of a challenge there, and that we may want to come back to it under the conditions hearing, because we may want to suggest to you that on the basis of these submissions there may be further conditions to consider.
Okay, I suppose what I was trying to clarify was your email your final submission on that matter, but it sounds like there are issues that you would like to include from that email and more in your closing submissions to us. Okay, we'll move on to discuss closing submissions slightly further on. Thank you. We now have a response from the non-home residents via Morton Fraser regarding the site inspection arrangements. So they're quite content to give us access to the properties that we'd previously listed. What we would like to do is tighten up the arrangements ever so slightly. The Council very kindly have given us some starting points and some closing points. One for each, sorry. I'll give you just a minute to have a look. So on the Tuesday, the 4th of December, we're proposing to walk the length of the flood protection scheme on both sides. Stop points noted there. What I would ask parties to do is just confirm to me later in the day if they're content with the stopping point. Okay. On the same day, we're proposing to walk the length of the commercial and residential properties fronting Whitesands, again with stopping points noted. Wednesday, the 5th of December, we're proposing to make a visit initially to Kingham Quay. What we haven't had from parties is what they would like us to look at Kingham Quay. So if we could ask people just to have a think about that and clarify what the intended route would be and what the stopping points would be. In the afternoon of that same day, we would propose to meet further on at the town centre to consider the traffic management locations that have been pointed out to us. Thursday, the 6th of December, is our visit to Nunham, and we've had confirmations, I say, from the parties of all the individual residential properties listed there. The only point that we've not had any clarification on is whether or not the riverbank along the Burns Walk footpath between numbers 39 to 41 Nunholm Road to Casamia Restaurant is a public footpath. We're just checking if we need any approvals to enter onto any properties at that point. So if I could leave that with parties, and we'll come back to talk about this perhaps at the end of today, but what we need to do is really have the arrangements agreed in advance so that we are aware of what, or so that parties are aware of what we are intending to do. There was some discussion about the council bringing along a set of plans, and that's really just in case, for our benefit, we need to check anything while we're there. But there's no other discussions about what people want us to look at. So the list here is what we will be sticking to, unless we're given advance notice of anything else that people would like us to see. Okay, so we don't turn up and just are wondering about Whitesands with no real aim in mind. Okay, I'll come back to that later today. In terms of closing submissions, we've had a bit of a think of how we might deal with this in terms of time frames. We appreciate that Christmas will be right slap bang in the middle of when we would normally take closing submissions. Protocol, for your benefit, Mr Dowson, is normally 2 weeks to yourself and then a further 2 weeks to the council to respond to closing submissions. That takes us right into the Christmas period. So what we are thinking about is round about 6th or 7th of January for your closing submissions, and then the council to the end of January to respond. But we'll have another discussion on that on the final day of the inquiry, but that's our initial thoughts. Okay, in terms of the timetable for this week, we are starting on the town centre. We anticipate that we might, like last week, make progress slightly faster than initially anticipated. Mr Dowson, it's only yourself who's witness for Whitesands today, that's correct. And then we have 3 witnesses for the council. I understand they're all here today and available to be heard as timescales permit. Could I start perhaps with Mr Connell? Can you give us a running order for your witnesses and an idea of how long you consider you might require to cross-examine Mr Dowson and present each of your witnesses?
Okay, in that order, running order, Mr Sayers, Mr McCluskey and Mr Topping. So that's the proposed running order for each of these, and in relation to each of these I anticipate only a very modest amount of supplementary material to ask them beyond just reading their precognitions or summary precognitions. Little more difficult to estimate cross for Mr Dowson. I certainly have a number of questions for him, but I hope it wouldn't take more than about half an hour to an hour, it just depends.
And Mr Dowson, I know it's always difficult, but could you give us an idea of how long you think you might take for cross-examination for each of the council's 3 witnesses?
Difficult. I mean, I would say on average about 40 minutes for each one, but I think perhaps Mr Sayers and Mr Topping might be slightly longer, but I think Mr McCluskey might be slightly less, but just on average 30 to 40 minutes at a guess.
Thank you. Well, it's looking like we could potentially hear 2 witnesses this morning, Mr Dowson and Mr Sayers, with Mr Topping and Mr McCluskey this afternoon. What that would do then is potentially allow us to bring forward the community engagement sessions from tomorrow afternoon to tomorrow morning. I understand that witnesses may be available from Whitesands to move into that slot in the morning, allowing the council to take the afternoon slot tomorrow. Would that be likely to be acceptable to yourself, Mr Connell?
There's no difficulty in making the council witnesses available flexibly this week.
Thank you very much. Okay, if we could move on to our first witness of today, which is Mr Dowson. And yet again, we're being webcast, Mr Dowson, so if you could use your microphone when you wish to speak as normal. Thank you very much. I'll give you a minute to get settled. Okay, Mr Dowson, if you'd like to begin by reading your recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Okay, recognition on impact on town centre. It is paragraph 1. It is our view that no reasonable effort has been made to consult with town centre businesses and shops, as well as resident shoppers and pedestrians. The council procedures have been limited to the minimum requirements of the Flood Risk Management 2009 Act. They have not formally notified properties in the High Street area about the proposed public realm improvements which will directly impact upon them. Number 2, impacts on town centre. We are not aware of any meaningful consultation or engagement with bus companies or passengers with regard to the proposed changes to the Whitesands bus terminus. The design takes away the ability for buses to fully turn on the site. Instead, they will be rerouted around narrow streets in order to be facing the right way for their journey. What are the views of the bus companies, and what are the views of the bus drivers who will have to negotiate these narrow streets? This is yet another serious adverse effect of the bun design. This will cause traffic congestion in nearby streets, aggravated by the lack of parking enforcement in these streets. We are also concerned that the Council will attempt to reroute certain bus services away from the Whitesands. We seek assurances that this will not be the case. The bus terminus works well at the moment and provides a vital service to passengers, being shoppers, tourists, etc. There is no need to change a system that works well. Dumfries and Galloway Council have consistently refused to address the need for Dumfries to have a proper bus terminus that could serve all passengers. Instead, they are stuck with the current policy, which locates various smaller bus stations around the town, causing chaos in each of the locations. Burn Statue bus station is a national disgrace, with buses idling all day and polluting one of our most valuable public spaces. Great King Street regularly causes traffic jams as the buses wait and cause obstruction. The Lower Burn Centre bus terminus works reasonably well, but there is no overall comprehensive strategy for bus travellers and companies. The failure of the Council to address this issue means that buses will remain on the Whitesands for many years to come. Positive for us. If the Council wish to remove the bus terminus from the Whitesands, they have a duty to do so as part of an agreed town-wide strategy. This should involve a wide-ranging consultation with all concerned and not be sneaked in as part of a flood protection scheme. Number 3, impacts on tourism. The Council have never properly addressed the issue of tourist buses visiting Dumfries. In a £30 million scheme, they have an opportunity to do so. They have failed to design a provision which will encourage tourist buses in a welcoming way into the town. This is a massive lost opportunity in this design. Even if tourist buses can get into the Whitesands, the tourists will find the river's views blocked by an 8 foot 2 inches permanent barrier. This is no way to welcome tourists, and this provision is a failure in this design. Number 4, impacts on parking. Paragraph 3.13 of the design justification report document relates to reprovision of lost car parking. The additional 64 car spaces at Greensands should not be allowed, as we have argued elsewhere that this is an unnecessary destruction of a riverside green space. Why destroy one green space in order to create another? The council seem to have been persuaded that cars should not be allowed to park close to the river on the Whitesands, yet they are content to place them close to the river on Greensands. The Dumfries and Galloway Homes site currently has around 125 spaces. On completion of the council scheme, this site will have approximately 125 spaces, minus area required for new public toilets and access to underground pumping station. We estimate that to be at least 25 parking spaces, which will result in a figure of 25 being a loss from the council figures. Although the council claim that they will gain around 65 spaces at this location, there is no gain of 65 spaces at this location. The council calculation defies logic and facts. With regard to the 67, I think now 80 extra spaces that will be created by relining yellow lines throughout the town centre, we have submitted photographic evidence which are submitted, that these spaces are already utilised by people parking on single and double yellow lines with impunity. The main reason for this is that the council have refused to decriminalise parking in Dumfries and Galloway and have removed traffic wardens from our streets. We will submit evidence from Police Scotland and Dumfries and Galloway Police that police will not issue parking tickets at these locations unless an obstruction is being caused. Since the spaces being considered are being put forward because they allegedly will not cause obstruction, there is no parking gain of 67 or 80 spaces. Paragraph 3.13 should simply not be relied upon as a true reflection of parking gain. Overall, the council state in a previous report, I think the reference is document CR6, that there's been a number of calculations, but I think the most recent one and the one that was used was CR6, and the figures I have here are based on CR6, I think. Overall, the council state in that previous report that there will be 487 spaces on completion in comparison to 437 existing. We calculate that there are 487 minus 90 from the Dumfries and Galloway Homes site, minus 67, well now 80 we think on street, which at that time in this calculation brought it down to 330 spaces. If we were also successful in halting the destruction of the greenstands, then further 64 spaces could be saved, bringing it down to a total of 266 spaces. So our calculation indicates a loss of parking of potentially around 437 minus 266, around 170 spaces. A loss of 170 spaces for a town centre will have a devastating effect on all town centre users. This illustrates that the council proposal has not met the objectives of preserving the overall car parking spaces currently at Whitesands. If we are unsuccessful in halting the Greensands proposal, then we point out that those 64 spaces are not in as convenient a location for the town centre as the existing Whitesands spaces. We will ask the reporters to walk to the town centre from Greensands and compare the ease of access with the current provision at Whitesands. We will also point out that there has been no meaningful consultation or engagement with shopkeepers, businesses, shoppers and residents on the subject of car park reprovision. nor have any of these interest groups received any formal notification of these changes. These changes will have a massive impact on Dumfries Town Centre and are all completely avoidable if a non-bund solution to the flood barrier is found for the Whitesands. Our evidence will seek to prove to the reporters that the whole carping scenario is a nonsense and a fabrication designed to extend the project into mitigation of adverse effects of the proposed design and to seek to gain more 80% grant for so-called public realm improvements which have nothing to do with flood protection. We will also argue that Nith Avenue is not adequate as a two-way road to deal with the proposed increase in Greensands parking. Number 5, the economic impact. The fact that there has been no impact assessment on the retail and business sector in our town centre is unacceptable. The car parking changes proposed will decrease footfall in Bank Street, Irish Street, Friars Vennel and our High Street and beyond. In particular, the Loreburn Centre end of our High Street will be badly affected. The manager of the Loreburn Centre, Mr Jim Ireland, knows little of the proposals. No one in 6 years has gone to discuss the parking changes with him or anyone else in this sector. This is a major failing of the design process. This is a major argument for finding a design solution on the Whitesands that does not require the moving of the car parking. Such design solutions are available, yet have been rejected by the Council. The design process is flawed, and such a poor design should not be inflicted on the town for 100 years into the future. Previously, as part of the charrette, there was a proposal that a multi-storey car park should be provided, not only to provide lost car parking, but to enhance and increase the numbers of cars that could be accommodated. A multi-storey car park will not be built in Dumfries while car parking is free on the streets and where parking is not decriminalised. There is a need for the Council to properly engage with the retail and business sector about parking in the town centre, and we need traffic wardens back on our streets and parking to be decriminalised. Number 6 is trader compensation. The Inverness experience indicates that their council had to budget £1 million for trader compensation. So far, as I know, Dumfries and Galloway Council has budgeted £0. It is as if they have no intention of paying compensation. I have asked them for forms and information to be given to the traders affected, and nothing has been forthcoming except a general leaflet from the insurance industry which does not relate to compensation. It is essential that a properly designed compensation scheme is agreed with the traders before any work even begins to start. Traders are justifiably worried about the thought of a 2 to 3 year of construction disruption outside their property. The Council has made no effort to discuss this with them or give them any assurance or information on this subject. It is likely that some of the smaller businesses may be forced out of business here, as claims can only be made in retrospect and with the aid of expensive consultants and accountants. It is no wonder that traders are so against this scheme when we review the manner in which they have been treated. It is interesting that when some of the traders aligned themselves with the SOS petition, Councillor Colin Smith was reported to have branded them as dishonest in the local newspaper. This press release is a document, sorry I haven't got the reference, but it was submitted. The press release will be provided in evidence and is a further condemnation of the Council's cultural sickness and insensitivity. I'm quoting the following paragraph, which is directly from the ES report, and this is a quote from the Council report. I'll begin with the quote. The social significance of the nuisance factor relating to traffic and noise disruption during the construction period will have a potential impact upon thousands of residents of Dumfries and visitors over several months or years. The construction period will also render large sections of the riverside area inaccessible during construction, which will impact upon recreational activities such as running and cycling for a period of up to 2 years. That's the end of the quote. This will be disastrous for businesses that are nearby and highly detrimental to the wider town centre economy. Many businesses will be forced into closure, jobs will be lost and lives will be ruined. The statement that people affected will have some scope to alter their behaviour, this is a quote again, people affected will have some scope to alter their behaviour, to take advantage or avoid the disruptive effects of the change in nuisance, was considered by many traders as insulting, offensive and insensitive. Paragraph 7 is parking regulations, and this involved a complaint against the police. That is submitted under documents SOS 025. There was a complaint against the police and a complaint against the council with regard to parking, the failure to decriminalise parking. That's all under SOS 025. The relining of yellow lines will not produce any new car parking spaces, as people already park in these locations, and the police refuse to enforce these regulations as long as no obstruction is caused. Despite a formal complaint being made, Dumfries and Galloway Council have refused to consider their policy of not decriminalising parking, as many other local authorities have done. Most recently, North Lanarkshire Council has done that. Discussions between police and Mr Speedy's department are at a standstill because of the Council's intransigence on this matter. The result is that there are no traffic wardens on street in the town, and the Council cannot then enforce any parking restrictions on street. This is a self-inflicted barrier to the use of relining streets. It is a policy and a design provision that cannot be delivered because of other corporate policies of the Council. Number 8 is location of the twice yearly fair. We say with charter rights. A serious omission from the design is any precise provision for the fair, which comes at least twice per year, enjoying charter rights that go back hundreds of years. Any relocation will be controversial due to noise and disruption. The design brief should have insisted that the fair remains at this location. However, the bund design does not allow enough space for the fair to use the Whitesands effectively. They will need to relocate. They are being pushed off this site, and we consider this potentially to be an act of discrimination against travelling people with charter rights. Suggested alternative sites will be unacceptable due to noise and disruption to residential properties. There has been no consultation with the communities that are likely to be affected. We will argue that the Council proposal should be rejected for this reason. Any design solution on the Whitesands needs to accommodate the traditional fair. And we could refer to a couple of photographs we submitted which were Google Earth, which actually show the fair in place. Number 9, public toilets. The Council have not submitted any design or location for the replacement of the public toilets. We have no confidence in the Council to provide a facility to the same standard as currently exists. In the past, the Council have replaced public toilet provision elsewhere in the town with inadequate new services. We suspect that they will attempt to do this again, and that is why they are not coming forward with detailed designs. Number 10, increased footfall. Within the Council report, there is an assertion that there will be an increased footfall on the Whitesands as a result of the Council proposals. We challenge this and argue that there is no evidence to support this assertion. We wonder where these increased numbers of people are going to park. The Whitesands is already an extremely busy tourist destination because of the river views and the accessible car parking. The Council cannot justify their assertion that there will be an increased footfall on the Whitesands. Paragraph 11, or section 11, is about public realm improvements. Reference is made to Council statement. Now this is a quote here. I wrote this a while ago, so I'm kind of... it's about section 2.73 of the master plan, etc. So, the Whitesands master plan contained information relating to the potential economic regeneration of Dumfries town centre. In particular, it referred to, and this is a quote from that document, it referred to critical projects in delivering the Whitesands proposition. These include historic warehouse conversion, Whitesands opportunity sites ×4, a concealed multi-storey car park, a crafts quarter Venels, market Venels, Irish Street streetgate improvements, historic Venels upgrades ×4, Irish Street infill site, Bank Street environmental improvements, etc. End of quote. The master plan was controversial enough with these components included. In the Dumfries and Galloway Council 2017 proposals, all of these items have been excluded. Yet in 2014 they were considered to be critical to the delivery of the project. The community never agreed to the exclusion of these important elements, and they need to be put back into the proposals as part of the public realm improvements. The community has not agreed to the public realm improvements as proposed by the Council in 2017, and the Scottish Government should not give deemed planning permission or funding for public realm improvements until they are fully agreed with the community and progress through the correct procedure. This has no impact on the separate matter of a flood protection scheme, which can be progressed without public realm improvements, if a community consensus agreement can be found to an alternative flood protection scheme design. And paragraph 12 is public realm deterioration, as we have put it. Without the above aspirational public realm improvements, there is little left as improvements for the community. In fact, the public realm improvements should be retitled Public Realm Deterioration. The raised walkway is only there to mitigate against the loss of river views. The new car parking is only there to mitigate against the loss of car parking. The green space at the Whitesands is created to mitigate against the loss of green space at the Greensands. Ultimately, there are no public realm improvements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dowson. Having had the opportunity to see the other recognitions from the councils on that topic, do you wish to add any comments now that you feel are relevant to your recognition?
Not at the moment, but we may address quite a number of things through cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr Connell, could I turn to yourself now, please?
Good morning again, Mr Dowson. Déjà vu. Just with that in mind, I'll adopt the same approach I've adopted on previous occasions. Just as a general issue, what you've set out in this recognition is, as I understand it, your view, or you and your colleagues' views in Save Our Sands on a number of these issues. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would be correct, yes.
And apart from the one or two photographs and references to documents, you're not actually presenting any supporting evidence to back up any of this material. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you look at the document, which is your recognition, and we'll touch on some of it, perhaps not all of it in detail, there's a fair range of issues in here that this inquiry isn't going to be able to deal with, from decriminalising parking through to what you think of Burns Statue Square. So they're not really matters for this inquiry, are they?
Yes, I would basically agree with you, but they do impact on aspects of the flood protection scheme, particularly the decriminalisation issue is central to the yellow lining of streets.
So just looking at your recognition itself, under the heading of impact on the town centre, and I'm conscious we have somebody coming to talk about traffic and parking later, you start in paragraph 2 by saying you're not aware of consultation with the bus companies. Are you not in fact aware there has been consultation and discussion with the bus companies over the period of this proposal?
No, I'm not aware of that. We've had no information whatsoever about that. So your question is, am I aware of it? The answer is no. I have asked about it, received no information, and certainly we have not been engaged or involved or asked to participate in any of that. We've kind of felt excluded from that whole process.
I'll leave that, but Mr. Topping is probably the right person if you want to ask questions about that later on, Mr. Dowson. Just in that section, you raise various concerns about taking buses away from the Whitesands. You're aware that so far as the scheme before the reporters are concerned, there isn't any proposal to remove buses from the Whitesands.
Yes, I'm aware of that at the moment, but what I'm expressing there is a real concern of traders. They have seen bus routes changed and in the past, and their concern is that certain bus routes may be reallocated to other, I'll call them bus stations around the town. Their real concern is that in time that the council will perhaps change the routes of some buses and they will no longer stop at that location. And I think what we're seeking for is a kind of long-term assurance from the council that no bus routes will be taken off the Whitesands location.
Well, I think, Mr. Dowson, you'll know from your time in public service that changing bus routes and so on is a matter that's dealt with through other procedures, not through an inquiry like this.
Yes, I know that, but we and the traders would still be seeking an assurance from the council that they're not planning to do that, and that they would work vigorously to try and protect the existing bus routes that stop there. I think that's a reasonable assurance for the traders to seek.
In section 3, I think probably we're touching here on a matter that we've probably covered in other sessions to some extent. But there is no proposal to prevent tourists disembarking on the Whitesands, is there?
No, but I think I'm trying to point out that that is in terms of tourism and in terms of a design, it's a wonderful opportunity to actually perhaps look at that in a much more positive way. So no, I do accept there's no proposal to stop that activity, but I think we would have liked to have seen a much more imaginative, welcoming experience.
Well, I think we're at risk of going back over previous areas, as I say, but you'll understand that at least the intention is that if a tourist disembarks from a bus on the Whitesands, they will then see green slopes, walkways and so forth, and they may find that an attractive environment to visit.
Yes, they may do. The one thing that they won't see, of course, will be the river or the bridge, because they'll be screened by all this shrubbery and planting.
I want to ask you one or two things about parking. I'm not going to get into too much of a debate with you over precise figures, and you'll have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Topping later about these. But what I do want to ask you about is, in effect, your conclusion to that section where you describe the whole car parking scenario as a fabrication. Now, that might be regarded as quite a serious allegation. What's your basis for that?
Well, because as I'm trying to point out here, that I don't think the figures add up. A claim is being made here that overall there will be a gain of some 50 car parking spaces throughout the town centre. And what I'm trying to point out is that I don't believe that to be true. I think that when you look at the calculations, I think they have been manipulated to try and come up with that kind of figure. But I think if we, at the end of the day, I suppose the reporters will look at both figures and decide which one they think is the most accurate. But we see quite clearly not only a loss overall to car parking in the town centre, but very specifically and very detrimentally a loss on the actual Whitesands. Putting parking all around the yellow lines around the town is actually no good to the Whitesands traders, the Bank Street traders, etc., Friars Venel traders.
What's your basis for saying that anything has been fabricated or manipulated?
The basis is the figures themselves.
Well, let's just look at the figures. Now, we did the argument the other day about what was happening at the Greensands, so we're not going to be allowed, even if we wanted to go back over that again, Mr. Dowson. But if the Greensands is used as a car park in the way the council propose, then there will be an increased number of spaces there. You accept that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So that's not fabricated?
No, that's not fabricated.
Okay. Now, so far as the D&G home site is concerned, on the information available to me, yes, it has 125 spaces, but it's generally used, and we needn't debate the precise number, by about half that number of people because it's a paying car park. Is that not correct?
Well, it varies, from day to day. I've seen that car park fairly full on some days, and other days, okay, maybe less than half full. So it's never 100% used, but there are 125 spaces. I think 120. I mean, haven't precise. It's either 120 or 125. We'll say 125 for the purpose of this. It might only be 120, but that's the number of spaces that are there.
If the council make all of that car park free spaces, as is proposed under what is before the reporters, it's not a fabrication to suggest that that makes more free spaces available, just as a matter of principle.
So I do accept it will make 120 more free spaces available, but it doesn't make any new spaces.
And if the car park is underused, as the council say it is, because it's the place where you have to pay, where you don't have to pay in other places, then it's not a fabrication to suggest that there will be more car parking available free following this proposal.
Well, you've submitted the word free in there, and I think that was, I quite understand why you put that in. The fact of the matter is, there's 120 spaces, 125 spaces there now, and there'll be 125 spaces when it's finished. There is no car parking gain. What you are talking about is how the car parking spaces are managed. Currently there's a payment, it's very low payment I may say. I was down there yesterday just to check that out. By the way, I checked out the cars that were parking in that car park. I think I should draw to your attention that there's no staff at that car park, there's no CCTV at that car park, and 60% of the cars yesterday in that car park were not displaying tickets and were parking freely. And presumably nothing will be done about that. And it's now common knowledge to many drivers that you can park freely in that car park with impunity. So what you're referring to, in my opinion, is how 120 spaces are managed. And I'm trying to point out that there is no gain of actual parking spaces.
Where did you get your figure for 25 spaces for the toilet provision?
Pure estimate, because we have no designs of the toilets. We don't know how big they're going to be. We don't know where they're going to be, how they're going to be accessed. If that figure is wrong, I'm very happy to be corrected.
Thank you. Now, as for the parking, what you might describe as the street parking issue, I think you've seen that the council have done quite a lot of studies on what is going on in the streets and how they could change that to improve the parking position. Do you have any evidence to submit to the contrary?
What, that the council haven't done studies, do you mean? Or what? No, I don't think so.
And the simple position is you just don't agree with what they've concluded?
Well, yeah, that's correct. And as a previous councillor, I was probably involved many years ago in agreeing that these streets and locations should be yellow lined for very good reason, whether it's double yellow lines, single yellow lines, or whatever. And all I can suggest is that we await the visit that we're going to take to have a look. We have submitted a number of photographs of cars parking with impunity on double yellow and single yellow lines. It happens every day. It happens throughout the town. To try and then suggest that by taking these yellow lines away, there'll be extra car parking spaces is, well, call it fabrication, manipulation, whatever. It will not happen. There will be no extra car parking spaces caused by yellow lining.
Well, I think we'll leave that to Mr. Topping to deal with later on, Mr. Dowson. But just one supplementary question. If you want to buy something in a shop quickly, you might take a chance, park on a yellow line, double yellow line for a bit, and your car might be photographed while it's there. It doesn't necessarily mean people are parking there all day on double yellow lines, does it?
You'll find that people are parking for hours on end. They're parking all day. And I refer you to the document SOS 025, which was written by Police Scotland, Dumfries and Galloway Police, saying and quite clearly stating that they will not issue tickets to cars parked on yellow lines unless they're causing an obstruction. So everyone in the town knows that. I mean, I'm quite happy to stand around in English Street in various locations and you can see just how long people park. They are not parking just to go in and buy a newspaper. They're parking for hours on end, and in some cases probably all day.
Just to finish on car parking, you accept, I take it, that part of the reason so much effort has been put into trying to find car parking is because the loss of car parking was one of the issues raised consistently through the public consultation processes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, but I feel that council officers perhaps misinterpreted that a bit. When I was first aware of that, I expected councillors were very strong about that, that the parking needed to be replaced. If it was to be removed, it needed to be replaced. That's always been a kind of design commitment. However, in the early days, between 2012 and up to the master plan, which included a multi-storey car park, the idea, we thought, was that the parking would be re-provisioned in or on the Whitesands. Now, with no multi-storey car park appearing, somewhere along the line, it was decided that the parking could be re-provisioned to serve the wider town centre. We think there was a breakdown in communication at that point. Officers seemed to take that line, that was okay, that was meeting the original aims of the project. We say it wasn't, because we wanted to see that parking re-provisioned in, on or near the Whitesands. We've not accepted the Greensands as a location. The Greensands won't serve the Whitesands. Yellow lining all around the town won't serve the Whitesands. The only one that might serve the Whitesands is the existing DG Homes car park, but as I've said, we see no car parking gain there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dowson. That's very helpful because it confirms, as I understand it, if I'm understanding your answer correctly, that your primary concern is with access to the Whitesands, not with access to the town centre more generally, or car parking for the town centre more generally. Is that fair?
Well, it's both, because the Whitesands already, as a location, already provides very good and effective car parking access to the high street and town centre. So if you take it away from the Whitesands, that will have an impact on the wider high street.
See on the site visit, how long do you think it would take you to walk from Greensands if you're an ordinary able-bodied person to Buccleuch Street?
Oh, it depends on what route you take. I would have thought maybe 5 minutes or something like that. I must stress, I haven't actually timed it. But I would point out that I can probably walk from the Whitesands to the high street in 1 minute.
Just a point of detail, Nith Avenue, which you mentioned in your precognition, I think you now know from the material lodged by the council that the proposal is not to use that as a two-way road under the scheme. My understanding is that there still will be two-way traffic on that road. Now, I may be wrong. If you're telling me it will be solely one-way, I'll stand corrected. But my last reading of it was that motorists requiring access to things like the boathouse and some of the properties down there would in fact be two-way, but maybe I'm wrong. No, I suspect we're probably at one, Mr. Dowson. If somebody wants to access the boathouse, they may have two-way access, but for normal purposes, in particular for car parking purposes, it's going to be one-way.
Well, unless it's made a one-way street, I can't see why anyone would be prevented from using it as a two-way road, but that might be something to do with signage.
Now, I think in the section on economic impact, you make some complaints about who knows what about the proposals, and that's probably a matter we can deal with under community engagement rather than in this context. And then you go on to decriminalisation again. Can I just ask you about trader compensation? In Inverness, which you happen to mention, do you know how many businesses had to close or for how long?
No, I don't have that information.
And you'll be aware that the statute that we're all bound by and operating within sets out the arrangements for compensation. So that's not really a matter that the porters can intervene in, is it?
No, I don't think so, but I'm just pointing out that the traders I work with do not know about this scheme. No one has gone to explain to them how the scheme might work or what they have to do in terms of keeping books or accounts or whatever. We're gradually, and I did see from the recognition, I think, from Mr. Sayers, that there is a section in there about compensation, but this is just beginning to get this information to come out. And it's very, very important. If traders are going to have to keep books and accounts for 3 years, they better start now, and they better be informed in what format these accounts need to be kept. Otherwise, it may go against them in the future if they seek to. So there's been a complete lack of information to traders about this subject.
We're here for Mr. Sayers about how the Council might deal with some of your concerns. Can I move on to the extract from the environmental statement that you mentioned in Section 6? You read out a quotation from the environmental statement. You see where I am?
Yes.
So you'll know that the environmental statement is an extremely long document dealing with a vast array of issues, and one of its functions is to identify possible impacts under particular heads, and then to identify how these could be dealt with.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So what section did you lift this quotation from, or would you like me to tell you?
I would like you to tell me.
Bear with me. As far as I can see, Mr. Dowson, and I'll just, sir, madam, I'll give you the paragraph references for the ES, which is scheme document 3. You've lifted this section from a portion of the environmental statement dealing with health, safety and well-being in 7.5.3, which might allow me to ask you, what's that got to do with town centre impacts?
I would have thought quite a lot, actually. We've, in various of the recognitions, that subject is important, and this, I thought this was a very significant quote because it related to the nuisance factor relating to traffic noise disruption, etc., throughout the process. If that is impacting on walkers, cyclists, traffic, whatever, it's going to be impacting on Whitesands traders, people using the Whitesands. So I think it's a relevant quote in relation to impact on the town centre. And I'm aware that the council has used health and well-being as a major factor in support of their design. So if it is reasonable for the council to use that, I think it's reasonable for us to comment back.
And what it relates to in that section is what's described as construction impacts at a point before the document turns to consider how these can be dealt with. Is that not fair?
Yes, it probably is fair, yes.
So that issues about, for instance, how to phase building works and how they should be managed and which operational phase should take place at which stage and so on, they're dealt with later in the document. Is that fair?
Well, no, I don't think they are dealt with at all. Traders at the moment haven't got a clue about phasing of anything. No one has gone down to explain to them or explain to me. I have seen a couple of diagrammatic phasing documents, but that is not quality information that will reassure traders or users of the Whitesands about the construction period. And we're all still in the dark completely about just how the phasing and the construction will be progressed. So, I'm still looking for a lot more information on that whole subject. The traders are looking for it. And again, no one has been to discuss it with them.
We may come back to this in the section on conditions, but I think you'll be aware that it's proposed that things like phasing and construction management be set out in plans which will be included in the conditions proposed by the Council for this project.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, but at this moment in time, traders, users of the Whitesands have literally no information on this. They're extremely worried about it. It's what is going to impact directly on their businesses. And I'm just stating again that I think it's very unfortunate and very negative that no effort has been made to actually go round these traders and discuss this very subject with them. It is very worrying and concerning to them. And some of them feel that this very subject is maybe so detrimental to their business that it could involve closure.
Just a few more, Mr. Dowson. Are there any objections, as far as you're aware, from anyone representing the Rood Fair?
I'm not aware of any objections, no.
Now, you have a section on public toilets now. We heard your "We will defend the toilets" speech the other day. You're aware that the Council's intention is to re-provision toilets at some location, at least as a matter of principle, that you're aware of that?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next section to deal with increased footfall. And you say, well, there's no evidence for that. Have you anything to offer against it?
Well, yes. I mean, we think there'll be a decreased footfall. We think it will go the other way because there won't be available parking at that location. We do not believe that thousands of extra people are going to come into town to see a green space blocking the river. So our view is that there is likely to be a decrease in footfall in particularly the key streets like Bank Street and Friars Vennel, where currently the shopkeepers in those streets rely on the footfall of traffic coming up from the Whitesands into the High Street. With the loss of car parking in that location, they are all very, very worried that their footfall will decline. And, that is a very strong concern that they have.
In section 11, you deal with the issue of public realm improvements. Now, we exchanged comments on this earlier in the inquiry about whether anything had been taken out or dropped from the master plan. I think you remember that exchange, and nothing has come out of the master plan. You're aware of that?
No, sorry, I disagree. I was at the presentation of the master plan. The master planning included objectives 1, 2 and 3. Objectives 2 and 3, which are listed, some of them are listed in the quote I've got here, were all part of that presentation. The impression given to the public was that in terms of the vision of creating a place on the Whitesands, was that it was not just about a flood protection scheme, but about all these other things. And I'll refer you to the master plan documents and plans that were submitted. Look at them yourself. You will see all of these things listed with their locations actually on the town centre plan. People didn't object in great amounts to the master plan because it looked great. There was all these great things we were going to get. But in fact, as soon as the master plan was over, these things just were never progressed. There were multi-storey car parks gone, crafts quarters gone. Everything I've listed there has simply not materialised. And that has, well, I think that's really disappointed people. I think we felt a bit cheated.
If you went to the council offices and looked up the master plan today, you'd still see all of that material there. It hasn't been deleted, has it? It's still there in the master plan for this area.
As a councillor, I can tell you, policies that have no budget, policies that have no financial commitment might as well be deleted. These are aspirational things that will not be delivered. There is no intention or budget within the current council to provide any of these things. And I would love to see councillors struggling with their budgets at the moment, turning round in this financial year and saying, we will make the financial commitment to deliver all of these aspirational projects because we consider them to be essential to the placemaking vision for the Whitesands. I know, and I think you know, that they are not going to do that.
The first thing that needs to be done is to build the flood defence in the way set out in the master plan, a master plan which you said on another occasion you found a very attractive proposal.
In its complete sense, it had attractions. But only doing the flood protection scheme does not deliver the vision, the place-making vision that is talked about by council officers. It doesn't deliver that. And the public realm improvements that are left amount to the shuffling of car parking around the town. That is not and does not amount to public realm improvements. We say they are public realm deteriorations. And stand by that.
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Thanks very much. Mr. Dyson, I've got a couple of questions. Just so the reporters who don't have the benefit of your local knowledge, so we can be clear, can you explain for our benefit where the tourist buses presently drop off, turn and then wait for their passengers to re-alight?
My understanding is it basically is on the Whitesands in lay-by at the moment, and they drop off. Now, I'm not quite sure where they go from there. Council officers would give you a better explanation of just how that's all done. I believe some of them park up elsewhere, maybe for a time, and then pick up again. I think some of them may stay, depending on their duration at that location. I've always felt that that was not really a good enough way of welcoming people to the town. I think it works, but it doesn't work as well as it could, and that's why I feel there's a missed opportunity here.
Okay, thanks. So you're not clear then whether the tourist buses actually wait for any significant time on Whitesands?
No, I'm not. My understanding is that if they've to wait for a long time, I thought they moved to another location. I think it might be Brooms Road, and then they picked up again. But I've seen tourist buses, some of the smaller ones certainly, waiting there for quite a duration of time.
Mr Connell referred to the Council's car parking surveys, which will to an extent be a snapshot. You've not offered any formal written evidence to dispute those findings, but I'll ask you this question, just in general terms, what's your experience of the level of the use in the town centre car parks in recent years? There's been some mention made of it declining. Is that your experience?
It's not my experience. I think if there is a decline, it would be marginal, and I think it might be related to the decline of the high street as a shopping place or destination. However, I mean, I'm involved in a number of projects at the moment which are about regenerating the actual high street, and although it's been declining, I would say, maybe for the last 10 years or whatever, our hope is that it will increase from here on in. In other words, that decline will be halted and we'll put the high street back on the map. And if that is the case, and I think that's what everyone should be working towards, then car parking could well increase in the future. My experience of the Whitesands car park specifically is that it is always busy. It is very, very hard to find a space there. You'll be lucky if you get one. That's what I find when even I'm trying to park. And therefore, it probably is one of the busiest car parking spaces in the town, I think, without a doubt. I mean, reference was made to Brooms Road as maybe being about an 87%. I was quite surprised to see the figures for Brooms Road in one of the preconditions suggesting 87% for Brooms Road, but not a similar figure for the Whitesands, because I would think that the Whitesands would be in excess of 87%, and perhaps getting close to the 100%, because every time I go past it, it's well.
Okay, a lot of my questions have already been asked and answered, but last question is, in terms of the Greensands car park, do you consider that there are any improvements that could be made to that in terms of lighting, security, directional signage, etc., that would compensate for loss of parking at Whitesands?
No, not really, because the Greensands will not, in my opinion, serve the Whitesands. Anyone coming from the Greensands and walking in the direction of the town centre, in my opinion, would be unlikely to come along the Whitesands. So, although the Greensands is 64 extra spaces that may serve the town centre, personally, I understand that is to be a long stay car park, meaning that people will park from all day. And therefore, I don't think that really is a service for shoppers or for short-term people. We know there's a demand for parking. There's a lot of offices around that area, lawyers, accountants, architects, surveyors. I'm sure that they would, in a sense, quite welcome that long-stay car parking for their staff and people that work there. I know some of the lawyers who are adjacent to that car park, and they say if there was more long-stay car parking, that would be beneficial for their staff. But I think that the Greensands car park will be taken up by those workers and people. Because it's long stay, it will be all day, 9 to 5 people will park, and therefore the Greensands will not offer a service to shoppers, tourists and visitors, not if it's a long stay car park.
Okay, but if it was a part long term, part short stay, would improvements make it more desirable for shoppers?
Well, personally, I don't think so. I think it's getting too far away from the high street. it's not going to provide that service. And I'm also very concerned. Local people will find it, but I think tourists and visitors who don't know the town will find it extremely difficult to actually even know where it is. The signage would have to be, I know there is proposals for signage, but the signage would have to be really excellent for someone who doesn't know the town, perhaps driving along the Whitesands, trying to park, saying it would be nice to stop here. How do I find the car park? They're going to have to find that Greensands car park. And, well, if it's long stay and it's already full from 9 to 5, it's going to be no good to them either. So I think the council have really got that one wrong. Although I think it will provide a very good service to those offices and professional firms in the Castle Street, George Street area, I don't believe it will provide any real service to the High Street in terms of shoppers, visitors and tourists.
Thank you.
In terms of the actual order before the Minister, the actual flood order before the Minister, and all the things that it contains, is there anything in that that you would consider or would characterise as a public realm improvement? We went through it before, and we've got all those tags, Moose 1 and Green 2, etc., etc. In terms of those tags, which ones are those? Would you categorise as public realm improvement?
I'm really struggling here. I'm afraid I can't class anything in the scheme that I can see as a public realm improvement. The only thing that one might argue, I think, might be the greening of the space on the Whitesands. But if the price of that is to the de-greening of the Greensands to some extent, then I wonder just really what we're achieving here, for tens of millions of pounds of money. The public realm improvements has always been a difficulty with me personally, because I just haven't seen it. I can't see them as public realm improvements. I mean, it's largely about shuffling car parking around and putting them in the wrong locations, as far as I'm concerned. And even with the green spaces, it's about shuffling green spaces about. So where is the real public realm improvement here?
Okay, Mr. Connell, do you have any further questions at this point?
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dowson. To give you time to prepare for the next witnesses, we'll take a short break now, 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene at past 5. To Mr. Connell to introduce his witness.
Thank you, ma'am. The next witness is Mr. Jason Sayers. Mr. Sayers, you have a full precognition and also a summary precognition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your qualifications and experience obviously set out in your full precognition. And in section 1 of your summary precognition, you make a very short summary of these, so we won't trouble with section 1. Could you start reading at section 2, please?
So my evidence for this inquiry focuses on the impacts of the scheme on the town centre, on the traders at the Whitesands and tourism. And I will also deal in my evidence with the relocation of the fair. Impact on the town centre. In common with most centres in Scotland and more generally in the UK, Dumfries town centre has witnessed a gradual decline over the last 2 decades. The Whitesands area falls within the Scottish indices of multiple deprivation data zone for Dumfries Central, which indicates that the area counts among the 10% most deprived areas in Scotland for income employment, health and crime, while it is ranked in the 20% most deprived in relation to education and housing. It is anticipated that in the longer term, the reduction of the impact of flood events, coupled with the improvements to the Whitesands and the local environment which are proposed as part of the scheme, will lead to an increase in footfall and consequential benefits to local businesses that will improve investor confidence in Dumfries Town Centre.
Then you're going on to touch on certain aspects relating to traders.
That's right. So the Council works closely with businesses and traders on all of its town centre projects. Every effort is made to ensure access is maintained to business premises throughout any works programme. This includes minimising disruption wherever possible, including out-of-hours and weekend working, and in some cases overnight working to facilitate works that would otherwise be too disruptive during normal daily working pattern. The Council has undertaken similar works in Dumfries and other town centres, including Lockerbie and Gretna, and whilst there has been some disruption during the construction periods, businesses have had access maintained throughout and disruption kept to a minimum. It would be the Council's intention to ensure that the Whitesands remained open during the works. A construction phase plan and traffic management plan will be developed for each construction phase in consultation with the business owners to minimise disruption. However, there may be periods where, while certain works are undertaken when temporary road closures may be necessary, the Council will ensure that adequate notices are sought, advertised and businesses informed prior to any closure, part or otherwise, with clear timescales of when closure commences and finishes, and alternative diversionary routes. The Council will endeavour to minimise disruption by working with contractors to replace car parking prior to the start of construction of the scheme, and to phase the works in such a way so as to accommodate movement of traffic, shoppers and visitors.
Now, in the next section, you're turning to compensation, which, as we've heard, is a matter which is governed by the Act. But you just read on there, please.
Section 82(2) of the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009 provides that compensation is payable to those who sustain damage as a result of the construction and maintenance of the scheme. Compensation may be claimed for either depreciation in value or damage by disturbance, or both, depending upon individual circumstances. A claim must be made in writing to the Council, either within 2 years of the damage depreciation becoming apparent, or within 10 years of the completion of the scheme, whichever is the earlier. The compensation provisions are laid down by the Act, and it is therefore what Parliament has thought appropriate to address the impact. However, to assist in this and to ensure that no business is unduly affected during the construction phase as a consequence of the works, it is proposed that a scheme for advance payment of compensation be established based on the following principles. That a business would, through the Valuation Office Agency, advise on monthly turnover based on audited accounts for an agreed period of years, possibly 3. A business would, at any time during the construction phase, indicate that turnover had dropped and show the accounts to verify the situation. Compensation could then be applied for to Dumfries and Galloway Council based on a minimum of 6 months' loss of earnings, the difference between pre-scheme and current situation regarding turnover. This money would either be subtracted from any future agreed compensation amount or would be repayable should the final determination by the Valuation Office Agency or the Lands Tribunal for Scotland not confirm that the loss was as a consequence of the flood protection scheme.
Thank you. You're now going to turn to the issue of the fair.
Yes. I have had several meetings with the management of the travelling fair over the last few years, which visits Dumfries twice a year, once in April and again in September. I've also undertaken investigations to establish whether there is any tangible evidence, written or otherwise, of a legal charter or requirement which obligates the Council to make provision for the location of the fair, either on the Whitesands or any other part of the town. No such charter or obligation exists. However, notwithstanding this, the Council is committed to relocating the Rood Fair during construction to an alternative location, and discussions around this are ongoing. Discussions are also being held with the fair operators to look at how it can be accommodated on the Whitesands once the flood defences are in place. There is no intention of preventing the fair coming to the Whitesands in the future, but clearly if the project is built there may need to reduce the number of attractions and or locate them in nearby areas. The obvious locations are the car park on the shop side of the Whitesands, the D&G Homes car park site and the Greensands. Furthermore, the larger fair held in September, right at the end of September, October, utilises a length of the northbound carriageway, and this will still be available.
Having dealt with that, you have a brief comment on public toilets.
So the existing toilet block is proposed to be removed and relocated, with the likely location being at the entrance to the DG Homes car park, which is being acquired as part of the project.
Thank you. And then tourism.
The flood protection project, whilst not intended as a project to bolster tourism per se, will significantly improve the civic and public space at the Whitesands. Since the mid-1990s, when the linear cycle route and car parking areas were widened, the spatial quality of the Whitesands has been substantially diminished. The river is an important part of Dumfries's overall appeal, but the area along the Whitesands from Bank Street is dominated along its length by car parking and busy traffic, which do little for the pedestrian or visitor experience. The car parking and traffic flow also detract from the town's hard eastern urban edge, which forms a continuous run of some interesting and important historic buildings. These are very much downplayed by the current poor visual quality of the space, allied to the sheer scale of the car parking adjacent the river. The flood protection project at the Whitesands presents an opportunity to design a solution which not only effectively reduces the flooding risk, but also improves the quality of the Whitesands as a public space. The design, which proposes a green embankment, will connect Dock Park to the Greensands running through the Whitesands space. The new space will still accommodate traffic flow, but the changing character of the Whitesands space as a green riverside walk will provide a new setting more in keeping with the riverside area. It will provide a continuous green link from Dock Park to the Greensands and will significantly lift the visual aesthetic of the area, creating a shift in the spatial hierarchy from cars and car parking to public realm and historic building quality, thereby making the space more legible. Better quality spaces attract more visitors and, moreover, attract repeat visitors. It is anticipated that by improving the visitor and pedestrian experience at the Whitesands once the flood protection measures are completed, higher footfall and dwell time by the riverside will create the ideal conditions for new business opportunities in the area. Instead of fringe tertiary uses, riverside cafes, restaurants and shops will serve to regenerate the Whitesands and in turn the town's footfall. This will encourage more people to walk down to the Whitesands from the High Street and vice versa, strengthening the links to and from the High Street via the Vennel, Bank Street and Irish Street. Visitors and tourists coming into the town via bus and coaches will still be able to park at the Whitesands, dropping off along the bottom of Bank Street. So,
finally, your conclusion.
In the last 7 years, flooding events are becoming ever more frequent on the Whitesands, as severe weather events are more prevalent during the wet winter months. This impacts negatively on the Whitesands and the town centre. It affects trade in the town because people won't visit if the Whitesands is flooded, and traders and businesses suffer as a result. All this impacts negatively on the town's economic productivity. The increasing frequency of flood events has led to the building of wider perception regionally and nationally that Dumfries is becoming more prone to high levels of flood risk, and this in itself is a barrier to inward investment. When added to the considerable economic challenges faced by the region, Scotland and the UK's fragile town centres, the constant spectre of flooding will only increase the town's fragility towards economic decline if left unaddressed. The Whitesands design will not eliminate the flood risk for the town, but it will significantly reduce it. It will, however, impact positively on the town's riverside character and drawing attention to its historic and conservation assets. This is what visitors come to see when they visit places, and the quality of place they visit is what makes them stay and revisit in the future. Dumfries has many historic buildings of considerable architectural merit, but the Whitesands car park is the first impression they get of the town. It blocks the view of the River Nith, and along with the traffic flow dominating the space, undermining the town's true qualities, projecting at best a harsh utilitarian facade. First impressions are just as important for places as they are for people, and in the main, current first impressions are somewhat mediocre.
Thank you. Oops.
I think a paragraph has dropped off the conclusion according to my copy. Do you have a paragraph 9.4?
Oh, I do.
Electronic excitement.
So paragraph 9.4. The design of the flood protection project at the Whitesands will link its town centre parks and riverside walk from Dock Park to the Greensands. It will highlight the impressive river crossings in close adjacency to the Whitesands and strengthen the views on both sides of the bank. Perhaps most importantly, it places a new emphasis on the Whitesands space, drawing attention to the town's high-quality urban edge condition and encourages people in both the space and the town. In essence, the completed project will facilitate all those elements and that the current space does not, and with it, investor confidence. New businesses and increased pedestrian footfall will follow. It will perhaps most of all present a new first impression to visitors of a high-quality public space which plays to Dumfries' riverside character and impressive environmental attributes.
Thank you for a second time for finishing. Perhaps I can just ask you a couple of points. You may have covered them to some extent. The discussion earlier in your precognition and summary precognition about phasing and construction and the creation of plans to deal with these in due course, is that a normal process or is that an unusual one?
No, I would say that's a normal process for any project, certainly of this scale. But even on a smaller scale, you would expect certain plans to be drawn up to keep people informed and consulted.
You touched on the question of the fair, and you've had some of the discussions about it. Am I right in understanding there's actually been direct discussion with the operators of the fair about how this is going to be managed in the future?
Well, I personally have had 2 meetings with the owners of the fair, and whilst it was some time ago, I am certainly aware that there have been subsequent meetings to the ones that I held.
Thank you. Just one final question. Just given the evidence we had from Mr. Dowson a little earlier today, his suggestion is that if the scheme is built, footfall to and from the Whitesands area will be diminished. Do you agree with that?
No, I disagree with that.
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, your questions, please.
Welcome, Jason. Okay. Jason, do you recall the Master Plan 2014? We had a chat about the public realm improvements. I think it was back in December 2014. And this was the multi-storey car park and other aspirational things that were in the Master Plan. Can you tell us or explain to us just what happened to them and why they were never pursued?
Well, those elements of the wider master plan are actually still there. They're still present. What happened when we moved towards looking at the flood order, it was appropriate to look more specifically at a more compressed part of the town centre near the Whitesands. But the broader master plan is something that within economic development and the priorities that we have for regeneration of the town centre would still pursue those projects that were highlighted as part of the initial charrette process that we had that delivered that broader master plan. They haven't gone away, they will still be there. There will be a degree of refinement, as there always are with master plans, but the key point that was being made within that plan was that the weaknesses in Dumfries's structure, if you like, were the linkages from the High Street to the Whitesands and vice versa. So the secondary linkages down Bank Street and down the Vennel, they're quite weak parts of the town, as is Irish Street. So those projects that are identified are intended to tackle specifically those elements of that broader plan.
So these projects are still there, but within your department, within budgets, within forward plans, is there any commitment to deliver any of these at this moment in time? An actual financial commitment?
The Council has a rolling capital programme within economic development which rolls over a 10-year period. And we prioritise the projects according to the various, at any given time, where the projects are. So I would say, yes, we do have budget capacity, capital programme capacity within economic development's budgets, and they will run parallel with the Whitesands project. You have to remember this project has not yet been approved, and we don't want to get into the realms of having detailed abortive design work. We do the right design, the appropriate design at the appropriate time, and prioritise the appropriate projects at the appropriate time.
Yeah, but I mean, these public realm improvements aren't dependent on a flood protection scheme. They should be going ahead anyway, really, if you're committed to those. But at this moment in time, there is, am I right? There is no budget or commitment to do any of these.
I agree with what you're saying in part, but the public realm projects that we are looking at will be influenced by the completion of the Whitesands project, because the completion of the Whitesands project will improve the public realm conditions at the Whitesands and therefore improve the conditions at the bottom of both the Vennel and Bank Street. They are not reliant upon the Whitesands. They're more reliant, I would guess, on the High Street project, but they will most definitely be significantly influenced by the Whitesands projects, because all three of the kind of the strategies, if you like, one for the High Street, one for those secondary and tertiary areas, and one for the Whitesands, they are all inextricably linked and connected.
And just one of those particular items that was in there was the idea of a multi-storey car park. Now, obviously, that if that could have been located on or near the Whitesands, that would have been probably much welcomed. Why was the multi-storey car park not pursued as part of the car parking proposals for the Whitesands?
I think that's probably a question best directed at Tony Topping.
Yeah. Right. In paragraph 3.3, and this is a question about the footfall, what evidence is there that this scheme will lead to an increase in footfall and improve investor confidence?
I think we take the evidence of experience. If you look at places which are dominated by car parking, and at the Whitesands, I would contend that there's very little churn in the Whitesands car park. Lots of people park there all day. Not many people actually come back and move their car. So you tend to find that the footfall that it might be perceived to be generated at the Whitesands car park isn't actually generated, because people who park there work in the town centre, and they park in the morning and they don't come back until they finish work. And that's why there's no churn. That's why you can never find a car parking space down there. However, that said, car parks do not present the most inviting public realm. And where we have improved the public realm in other towns, in other places, there has been significant benefits, and I think you can point to most projects in most towns and cities where public realm is improved. You get people spending more time there, particularly in good weather. People will spend, in fact, I've seen people in poor weather spend quite a bit of time down along the better areas of the Whitesands. I think that would improve significantly if that were a far better pedestrian-friendly environment.
The Whitesands car park, you know, it's partly short stay and partly long stay. And I think, can your wardens not still police that? Is that a council car park in terms of the short stay side of it?
An area outside my remit.
Okay. I raised, you make the point that people park all day and that there's no churn, as you put it. I mean, we raised a couple of years ago the fact that why is there a long stay car park in there? Why not make it all short term, which would give you the turnover, the churn you're talking about? I mean, really, I'm saying that it's within the scope of the council to have changed the management of those spaces to tackle the very point you're making. Why haven't they done that?
Not an area in my remit.
Paragraph 3.4 then, you talk about the predicted regeneration of the Whitesands and in relation to the placemaking. Now, we feel the placemaking, because of the aspirational projects not being there, we think you're going to have greater difficulty at the moment in achieving that placemaking. So what is the predicted regeneration you refer to in that paragraph?
Well, we took a holistic approach to the design of the Whitesands project, because it presented an opportunity to look at the quality of place, the quality of space, and to parallel that with ambitions that we have for the high street and regeneration there. In part of what you've said in your previous evidence around the high street's resilience, Dumfries does have a good degree of economic resilience when compared to towns of a similar size in other places. And it has suffered on the high street, but not as significantly as other places. But nevertheless, where it's weak is in its secondary and tertiary areas. It has no secondary shopping streets to shout about. The Vennel has suffered quite badly over the last 10 or 15 years. And Bank Street also, along with Irish Street, could be better. So we felt that there was a need to take a holistic view to regeneration, where the delivery of each of those plans, one for the High Street, one for the kind of the wider master plan area, and the Whitesands, taken as a collective, that would deliver significant benefits as a whole to the town centre. Investor confidence is an important thing, and if investors in the town are looking at somewhere that is looking tired, worn out, as the High Street looks, as indeed the Whitesands looks, nobody is going to have the confidence to invest. So by taking the opportunity to, I think, produce a place-centred design at the Whitesands, linking that into improvements that lead up to the back of the High Street and vice versa, that gives you a very strong set of tools with which to turn about investor confidence in a place.
I'm not sure that the traders in Bank Street and Friars Vennel would quite agree with your analysis, because they're all pretty busy and doing very good business. They're worried about that going downhill. At the moment, I think they're doing quite well, actually. Well, okay. In paragraph 4.1, you talk about the council works closely with business and traders. Now, I know this relates to the construction phase, but would you not accept that up till now the council has not worked well with particularly traders on the Whitesands, and in, I must say, in Bank Street and Friars Vennel, many of whom I know, and many feel that no one has really come to talk or discuss this scheme with them.
On the contrary, I think the charrette that we held back in 2012 was widely advertised and was openly available to everybody in the town, whether that was people that lived in the community, whether it was traders, whether it was people that had a business, other business, not just retailing, in the town. Everybody had the opportunity to attend that event. It was held over a number of different days, and there were specific slots within the format and structure of that event that catered for those specialist groups. In addition to that, following the completion of the charrette, we have held numerous consultation events, some of them in the middle of the town centre on the high street, and again inviting everybody to attend, to express their views, pass their views, get themselves involved in the discussions around the design and feedback. So I think everybody has had the opportunity, not just retailers, but everybody within the community.
The charrette, of course, was 6 years ago. A lot of changes have happened in that period. People, you don't accept that the traders nowadays in these locations feel that there's been a gulf of communication between the council and them. You don't accept that?
Certainly not. I think what we have had on average is at least 2 consultation events every year since the completion of the charrette, where again everybody has had the opportunity to attend. I don't think you can get more central than having a consultation day or a half a day that is held on the high street. Everybody at some point over that period of the day will have the opportunity to participate.
I'll leave that point at the moment then. You say in paragraph 4.2, the council has undertaken similar works in Dumfries. Would that be sort of Burn Square, the Plainstains areas? Yeah. I mean, are you aware of the quite devastating effect that those works had on businesses in those locations? Some shops have been closed, never reopened, and of course in that situation there was no compensation available. Would you like to comment on the council's reputation with regard to those particular 2 projects?
Can't really comment on the Plainstains project. That predated my time at the council, but I can certainly comment on the Burn statue. There were no businesses extinguished during those works. And whilst, I concede that there is always disruption, you can't improve the public realm or civic spaces in the middle of a town centre without creating a degree of disruption. I think as a council, what we have become particularly good at is ensuring that access to businesses and to retailing businesses in particular is maintained 100% of the time where that is possible. We also have undertaken similar works in Lockerbie, and again they were much publicised works. People and traders were very concerned about the impact the works were going to have on their businesses, but it didn't transpire because access was sustained all the way through the works programme. And having been involved in a number of those projects, I can say hand on heart that the council has not received 1 application for compensation as a result of those works.
Right, but the compensation wouldn't be payable in those works, would it, if they were road works?
The council would consider claims for compensation and loss on a similar basis to the ones that I've outlined here, on the production of 3 years audited accounts and demonstrable evidence that there had been loss as a result of the works that have been undertaken. Was that ever publicly made known to people? Certainly I wasn't aware of that in terms of the Burn Square and project. This is a new one on me.
Mr Dawson, could we confine? I don't mind some debate on not debate, but I don't mind your questions being on the issue of Dumfries Town Centre, but I think we need to steer away from comparing with the Lockerbie situation.
Yeah. In paragraph 4.4, then, you talk about working with contractors to replace car parking prior to... can we have an assurance that all 230 spaces will be replaced prior to commencement of any other works?
Again, I think Mr. Topping will be able to give you better direction on that.
In terms of compensation, then, in paragraph 5.2, the Act, okay, it refers to compensate any person who has sustained damage, depreciation as a result. Are you aware that the Council have identified 91 commercial properties as part of the cost-benefit analysis? Does this mean that all of those 91 commercial properties would be entitled to make a claim? And would properties beyond those 91 be able to make a claim? Presumably, we wouldn't simply be restricted to those 91 commercial properties.
I'm not the best person to direct comments around compensation, but what I would say is that it would need that whoever was making a claim for compensation would need to demonstrate that they had suffered a consequential loss as a result of the works that the council was undertaking.
So if say the Loreburn Centre in the High Street with 35 shops, including Marks and Spencers and others, were able to show a direct downturn in footfall and directly relate that to the works that were happening, then the Loreburn Centre could potentially submit a claim.
Well, I think anybody that felt that they were affected could put together an application to make a claim, and it would then be up to others to decide on the validity of that claim.
That certainly opens it up to the whole of the High Street to claim, by what you're saying. Am I getting this right?
But bearing in mind that the more remote you are from the works, the more remote your application is likely to be.
Are you aware of the recent claims in Inverness and Dunfermline, both of which amounted to around about £1 million, I think, was paid out in compensation in each of those towns? These are quite recent flood protection schemes. And that certainly in Inverness, I don't have figures about whether businesses closed or not, but I'm certainly aware that businesses in Inverness were unhappy and were considering further action against the council. I believe there's a legal action in Dunfermline from traders against...
Sorry, Mr Dyson, could you maybe confine it to a question, if
okay,
that's okay?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, well, how much... have the council budgeted anything within their costs for compensation in Dumfries, being aware that other towns have already had to pay out £1 million at least?
Again, it's not my area of specialism, but I do believe we have.
Do you know how much that is? No? No. A small point on the advance payment. Have I picked up correctly that if an advance payment is made and can't ultimately be justified, the council would then seek to claw back that money in time from the traders?
We're getting into specifics around the compensation, which I'm not qualified to comment, really.
As one of your bullet points there, I think the very last one that said this money would either be subtracted from any future agreed compensation amount or would be repayable. So there could be a clawback situation. That's all I was trying to point out. Right, thank you. Right, moving on to the fair, if we can just have a wee look at that. I was quite interested in your comments about charter and charter rights, and we did submit a document, I think it was SOS 24, which we got from the library about a historical charter right there for a fair. The wording that you used was that there was no legal charter which obligates the council to make provision. Do you not accept that that obviously is correct, because charters were written in medieval times and councils didn't exist then? So that would never be in a charter anyway.
We're now straying well outside of my boundary. What I can say is that in the meetings that I've had with the fair's owners, is that they too are not aware and couldn't produce any written evidence of a document that obligated the council to allow them to run the fair twice yearly. I think it's done on an informal basis. I think the council are very happy to accommodate it where we can. And from conversations that I've had with the fair's owners, they too are happy to have the fair in any location so long as it makes them money.
Okay. As far as I'm aware, you're not aware then of the charters, the historic charters of Dumfries that do give the rights for a fair, a rood fair, whatever we call it, on at least 2 occasions per annum. We have submitted a document, one document, to that effect. Of course, it doesn't mention the council or the council being obligated, but it does give the rights for those fairs to take place. You're not aware of those charters?
As I previously stated, I'd requested sight of documents that obligated the council to having the rood fair on the Whitesands. No such document has been produced.
And are you accepting my point that there is no possibility that such a document could ever exist, because those things were written in medieval times before councils were even thought of?
What I'm saying is, I haven't seen such a document.
Do you have to agree with you there? So you've had a number of meetings, I think, would it be with the Cadona family or representatives who have a long tradition in the town, but you haven't been able to tell us that you've agreed anything with them after all these years. Is there a formal agreement, and if so, what is it?
It's been a while since I personally have met with them. I think that we wouldn't really be expected to have had a specific agreement with them on a specific site right now. That would be inappropriate. What we would do, I think, once we had a much clearer idea of the programme, is that we would identify with the fair's owners where would be the best locations for them, and we would try and work around them to accommodate the specific needs of the fair. That could be on one site, it might be on 2 different sites. I don't know. I think we would take our soundings from the Cardona family nearer the time, which would be more appropriate.
That would be okay between you and the Cadona family, but what about the people who will be in close proximity to these? And I'm particularly thinking of the DG Home site, which has been put up, which is very, very close to residences and businesses in the Venel. This fair creates a lot of, I'll call it traffic, which might be a good thing for some people, but an awful lot of noise, including late at night. What discussions have you had with residents and businesses who would be affected?
Again, at this stage, it would be premature, I think, to have had wider conversations because we don't know where the fair would be located. But I think your point is a good one. The fair does generate quite a bit of noise. That is something that we would need to take into account when looking at alternative sites, and is something that we will most definitely be consulting on if we decide that there is a site that is within close proximity to a residential community.
Would you not agree with me that there are no such sites, that there is no alternative location in or around that area which will not impact on residences and businesses in the manner in which we've just talked, so that really there is no relocation site.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think we've looked at, certainly when I was discussing this with the Cardona family maybe 4 years ago or so, we'd looked at a couple of alternative sites that were sufficiently far enough away from residential communities. And I think there are a number of locations that could potentially be suitable without the proximity of residential communities being there. So it's a matter for agreement. I think at the moment it's too speculative at this stage to be talking about where the fair would be relocated. We do need to find an alternative site. We're aware that there are some, and I think once we've decided on a number of options, that we would then go out to consultation.
So it's fair to say that after 6 years of discussion with the fair operators, there is no agreement, and you have not identified a specific site which you wish to put them to. This is completely unresolved after 6 years. Would that be a fair statement?
Not really. I think, as I mentioned in my answer previously, it's too premature. I think we need to know what the programme of works was going to be before the fair needed to be relocated.
Do you accept in the long term, if the scheme is completed with the bund design, that the fair cannot return to that location, that there simply won't be enough space for the fair as it currently is? There's no way that that fair would be able to go back to its traditional Whitesands location with the green environment that you're designing.
It might not be able to go back in its current format, but I agree that that is something that we would need to discuss with the fair's owners. And in looking at alternative sites, I think certainly from my conversations with the Cardona family is that they are not wedded to holding the fair on the Whitesands in perpetuity. They are quite prepared to look at alternatives, as long as those alternatives are suitable and meet the needs of the fair. So that is something that we will continue to work with them on and progress the detail of that at the appropriate time.
So the likelihood is that an alternative site may be permanent, in fact, maybe long term, and you're giving us an assurance that at that time there will be proper consultation with any residents or nearby property owners.
It's purely speculative to say that it would be a permanent move. I think what we would need to do is to have meaningful conversations with the fair's owners, take on board their views, see how the fairs operate at the locations that are selected for a temporary site, and see how that works for them. And we will then consult if there are any permanent changes to be made at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Moving on to public toilets, our favourite subject. You're aware that we have doubts about just what is meant by a re-provision of public toilets. We would like some assurances on that. We still don't know. You mentioned the likely location is at the entrance to DG Homes car park, which you say is being acquired as part of the project. When did you last check with DG Homes that this site was being acquired as part of the project?
This, I've not had any direct conversations with DG Homes. This is something that has been talked about at the very early stages of the project when we looked at relocation of the public toilets, or the potential for the relocation of the public toilets.
Do you agree that this site is critical to the development, not just because of the public toilets, but because you've just mentioned it's a potential relocation of the fair twice a year, so it would also perform that function. It's also needed to provide 120 or 125 car parking spaces, and it's also needed to provide an underground pumping station and storage tank. These are the kind of four main things that do you agree then that this site is pretty critical to the whole development?
I think there are a number of elements of the project which are interdependent. Certainly, the site is an important part of the project and could facilitate a number of different aspects of the design for the Whitesands. There's no doubt about that.
But without this site at the moment, you couldn't, for instance, achieve your car parking target of 120 spaces. You couldn't relocate the fair, put the toilets in, or do the underground pumping station and storage tanks and all the work related with that. That's all to go into this site within this design.
Well, we're straying into car parking again. And as I've said, you named a number of different things there around pumping stations, toilet sites, car parks and relocation of the fair. I'm aware that there are alternatives to all of those things. And I think at the appropriate time, the design of something like this on such a scale needs to be refined over a period of time, depending upon availability. And I'm certainly aware of at least two sites that I'd considered for the relocation of the fair and other elements of the design when I was directly involved in the design of the Whitesands. So I think it wouldn't be an accurate thing for you to say that all of those things are absolutely dependent on the acquisition of that site.
Yeah, well, that's useful to know, but presumably if you changed all these designs, that would be very different from the scheme that's been advertised and that we're having a public inquiry on. These would be quite major changes to the advertised scheme. It might involve further objections and advertisements.
Not necessarily.
Can I just intervene a second? Mr Connell, if this witness isn't able to fully answer that question, will Mr Topping be able to answer that point, do you think?
Well, I think Mr Topping is here to talk about car parking provision and studies relating to that. He's not here to talk about property interest acquisition, which is a different topic. So I think that these two are beginning to get intertwined. The Council's position on what is proposed is set out, and I haven't brought another witness specifically to deal with that.
I think, Mr Dyson, what we need to consider is that the scheme as proposed includes that site, and it's really a matter for the Council, should the Ministers approve the scheme, to resolve that issue with the relevant owners at the time.
Well, okay, but I did submit this particular document to you, which is SOS 047, and this is the forward corporate plan of DG Homes Limited, who own the site. And the assertion that the Council are that the site is being acquired as part of the project is contradicted by this document. I think this is a very important piece of information for everyone.
Okay. I don't think you specifically mentioned that in your earlier recognition. You've submitted it as a document. Mm-hmm. Perhaps that's a matter we could raise in closing submissions if you consider it's appropriate.
It's very appropriate to the whole thing, because if the site cannot be acquired, then I don't see how this particular design can be delivered.
Okay, I think what we need to accept is that the two witnesses that we're going to have before us today will be talking on matters of economic development and parking, and we don't have a witness to talk to us on the acquisition of the site. So I think what we'll have to do is just accept that the proposal is as before us. Ownership is a separate issue, But if you have concerns about that, then I think it may be appropriate that where you would put them would be in your closing submissions on this topic.
Yes, I'm quite prepared to do that, but I think it's important to bring to the attention of the public, the inquiry and yourselves, that at this current moment DG Homes have an alternative development for that site and are working on it. And as far as I'm aware, the council are not acquiring this site at the moment.
Sorry, okay, but I don't think we're going to get an answer to that question, unfortunately, within this topic today. Okay.
I'm moving on a bit to paragraph 8.8, where you talk about the growth of new food, drink and retail in the area, which will strengthen the Whitesands area into becoming a vibrant public place again. We would submit that it's already a vibrant public place with many food, drink and retail businesses surviving and thriving and doing very, very well, even with a 2-day flood a year. So what evidence have you got that that things are going to get better than they already are? If you speak to any of the businesses down there, they're really doing quite well.
Well, we obviously we speak to different people on the Whitesands, it would seem, because the traders who talk to me about the conditions on the Whitesands don't paint such a rosy picture of the economic future. I think there's genuine concern around the flooding events and the frequency of the flooding events that we get every year. There has been well-documented lack of investment in that part of Dumfries town centre over a goodly number of years. And the level of urban decline, I think, is there for all to see. It doesn't need me to point it out in a document. We've got some important historic buildings along that eastern urban edge of the town, which form part of the town's wider heritage and conservation offer. In particular to that are the scale of those buildings, which are actually quite small, for which Dumfries is particularly well known in terms of small-scale buildings. And they are particularly attractive, but they are fronted by a sea of car parking. It's not the best place for people to interact on a daily basis. It doesn't actually encourage footfall and for people to have dwell time in attractive places. So the completion of the Whitesands offers an opportunity to improve the quality of that space and therein attract more people into it, using the riverbank a lot more than they do at the moment, because it would be a place where people would feel comfortable spending time. More people would potentially mean more customers for the businesses along the Whitesands area, and that would certainly improve business conditions over a period of time. And we would hope, certainly from an economic development perspective in the town centre, that would encourage the use of restaurants in the town centre. That's what we are aiming to do as part of a wider strategy. And for people to have spill-out space that they would feel comfortable sitting outside and spending time, and increasing that level of footfall, as I've already mentioned, with those wider strategies through improving conditions on Bank Street and the Vennel. Those connections to and from the High Street would strengthen those areas as well, making the Whitesands area a bit of an attraction for the town.
Well, I think we'll just have to agree to differ on that, because our knowledge of the traders on the Whitesands, and you mentioned two properties specifically, being the old Poacher's Rest, which is now 252 Spares, and we heard from John Greenwood on the first day, and the Coach and Horses, I think, was another one. Now, if you speak to both of those property owners, they are not really very enthusiastic about your proposals at all, and value highly the car parking that's on their doorstep. And these businesses are already thriving, surviving, and doing very well. So I don't see how your scheme is going to actually assist them in any way at all. Could you comment on perhaps these small traders like these important little properties that you yourself have mentioned?
The design of the Whitesands is there for the benefit of the town as a whole, and to address the issues of flooding for the town as a whole and the wider retailing and business community, as well as the residential community. In that, any design for any kind of project, whether it be flood related or whether it simply be public realm improvements, and whether it's in a small town like Dumfries or whether it's in a large city like Glasgow, you will never please all the people all of the time. And there will be always some people who feel that the project isn't for them, for whatever reason. I think the traders that we worked with when we held the charrette over a week, and the subsequent conversations that I've had through consultation events on the high street with other retailers, they are very supportive of the proposals that are being brought forward and see them in a very positive light. So I can't speak specifically to the two people that you have highlighted there, but I can speak more generally about the positive conversations, the positive comments and the feedback and the collaboration and participation that we've had from other retailers as we've gone through the consultation process.
You're talking about public feedback. I mean, what value do you put upon things like the Saver Sands value petition, which attracted, some people say over 5,000, we say over 6,000 signatures, all the Facebook, social media presence of thousands of people who are saying the exact opposite. They're seeing it as negative, not wanted, not really right for the Whitesands, will do constant harm. What value do you put on those people's opinions?
Well, all of those people who signed your petition will have had the same opportunity to participate in the charrette when we first started to consider the Whitesands project. Everybody in the town had the same opportunity to connect with the work that the council was doing. We put out open invitations across the community, in the press, we held leaflets, we had participation from local school children who got involved in that. So all of those 6,000 people had exactly the same opportunities that everybody else that attended had, and yet they chose not to attend. I place value in the consultation processes that we have held, and I place value in the charrette that we have held, and in the comments and the participation that we had from local people during that process and subsequent to the charrette. I think you can only really achieve successful design of places through collaboration and participation with local people. That's what we've done. You will always get people that stand outside of that and sign petitions. Which do you place more value in, the petition or the participation? My value, or the value that I place on things, is in the charrette, the consultation that we've had, and the participation from local people. I can't really speak to the petition.
But would you not agree that over the period of time, although you've had positive feedback, there's a considerable amount of negative feedback as well?
There will always be negative feedback to projects of this nature. Public projects invite positive and negative feedback, people who do want to do things and people who don't want to do things. 'Twas ever thus.
And with regard to the charrette, we heard from Graham Pert last week, who was one of the key designers, where I think he accepted that the charrette did not produce a design that was acceptable even to your own design team. So the charrette got it wrong.
Sorry to intervene again. I think we're going over other topics rather than the impacts on the town centre. We did look at the charrette process earlier in the inquiry, and we will be looking at community engagement when we move on to the next topic. So I think perhaps these are not questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further for you, Jason. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Thank you. I do have a few questions, if you don't mind bearing with us. Okay. Would it be correct to say that the costs that have been estimated for the flood protection scheme don't include the cost of the compensation scheme? Is that correct?
Again, I'm not the best. I've not compiled the costs. I thought we had included it, but I could be mistaken.
Again, this might not be something that you can fully answer, but I'm just relating back to your recognition in para 5.5, where you note that there will be an advanced compensation payment scheme, and you mention it would be based on a minimum of 6 months' loss of earnings. Would that be, given that it's 6 months' loss of earnings, which would only occur after the scheme would be in place, does that preclude advance payments? I'm just not sure how that would work.
I think I'd followed what was laid down in the Yeah, it's not an area that I'm specifically familiar with. I think I'd written down there what had been taken from the Act in terms of process. So how it would work exactly, it wouldn't be something that I would be implementing. I think that would be it would be something that would be constructed, I think, once we got the flood order approved.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is that the Act does require a compensation scheme to be paid, but the details of that compensation scheme haven't yet been worked out.
Correct.
Is there any quantification or assessment of the negative impacts on the town's economic activity, the flooding? You talked about flooding impacts being well documented. I'm not aware of that being included anywhere in the environmental assessment or elsewhere in the council's submissions. Would that be correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Sorry if I wasn't clear. So you talked earlier about the impacts of flooding on the economy of the town being well documented, and you've come to the conclusions that there would be an improvement in the economic activity as a result of the flood protection scheme. I'm just wondering if the comments in your recognition relate to some quantification or assessment of the economic impacts that we've not seen before us.
It's not specific quantification. I think what you can see down on the Whitesands, we've got a 1 in 200 year flood area restriction zone where we can't develop. And the impact of investment along the Whitesands is quite a visible impact. It's very difficult to get properties sold down there and re-let because of flooding. Insurance is an issue for the traders. That impacts on inward investments. So those kind of things are what really I was referring to there, rather than a kind of a specific study of economic impact. It's more general comment and observation around the obvious things that the flooding actually impacts on.
Thanks, that's helpful. Okay, I'm happy to leave it at that. Mr. Connell, do you have any questions for your witness?
I have no re-examination, ma'am.
Okay, I think it would be reasonable to take an early lunch before moving on to another witness. And thank you, Mr. Shires. And we would reconvene here at 1:15. Thank you. Mr. Connell, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Yes, ma'am. Just before I do, if I could just mention one point briefly, which may be of assistance in light of a discussion just before lunch, so that everybody is clear as to the position the Council is taking, and that relates to the, well, let's call it the D&G Homes car park. The position of the Council was and is that land ownership is not a matter for this inquiry, or for, indeed for the ministers following this inquiry. So that, if you like, is the legal position that the Council take. Clearly, the site is within the lines on the scheme order, and it is proposed, as things currently stand, to carry out a number of things on that site, as has been discussed. And the Council are content that it will be possible to do so, but I'm not in a position to say any more than that for what are good and proper reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Connell.
So, with that done, Mr. McCluskey.
Okay, Mr. Dyson, do you have something in particular that you wish us to hear?
Well, Mr. Connell has just stated the Council's position.
Yes, certainly.
Our position is not that. Our position is that the site is critical for discussions at this inquiry. So much as we recognise that it is that what the Council are saying, we don't necessarily agree with them. That's all I would want to say at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Your point's noted.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now moving on to Daniel, or Danny, I think, generally, McCluskey. And the Council are particularly grateful to you coming today. Mr. McCluskey is no longer working in the role in which he was working at the time of all of these events, and is now with an entirely different organisation, and has had to make special arrangements to attend as a witness. Now, Mr. McCluskey, in your summary precognition, and of course you have a full precognition as well, you set out in paragraph 1 a brief version of your qualifications and experience, including working on a number of flood schemes throughout Scotland. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So perhaps you could just start reading at section 2 of your summary precognition, please.
2. Scope of evidence. Evidence for this inquiry focuses on the assessment of the impact of the scheme on Dumfries Town Centre and tourism, insofar as such impacts were addressed in the Strategic Environmental Assessment, SEA, for the Whitesands Regeneration Master Plan, and the EIA for the Whitesands Flood Protection Scheme. 3. Assessment of the impacts on Dumfries Town Centre and tourism. My involvement in the Whitesands Flood Protection Scheme started in May 2013, when I was employed as an environmental consultant at Enviroplan. Enviroplan had been subcontracted by Gillespie's to undertake SEA of the Whitesands Regeneration Master Plan, which they were developing on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council. SEA was required for the master plan to meet the requirements of the Environmental Assessment Scotland Act 2005, as it was to form supplementary guidance to the local development plan. SEA methodology and conclusions. The SEA process and assessment accorded with the requirements and assessment criteria set out in the 2005 Act, and included an assessment of relevant policy, an appraisal of feasible alternatives, and an assessment of the potential impacts of the master plan with regard to various environmental themes, including population, human health and material assets. This chapter focused on the effects of the master plan and flood protection works that may have a significant effect on key receptors, namely the local economy, local residents and visitors. The Whitesands Regeneration Master Plan highlights that the scheme facilitates the regeneration of the area. The assessment of effects on population, human health and material assets concluded that incorporating quality design and placemaking that prioritises pedestrians and elements of the natural environment can create appealing, prosperous and sustainable environments that improve health and well-being, economic activity, civic pride and a sense of community. An enhanced public realm would improve the identity of the area, which could in turn increase economic activity and employment creation over time. Enhanced accessibility along the footpaths and reduced road traffic would make it easier for pedestrians, cyclists and people with mobility issues to negotiate and enjoy the amenity value of the area. Providing access to well-lit, safe and pleasant active travel route along the river would also contribute to addressing widespread health concerns such as obesity, heart disease and other associated conditions linked to a lack of exercise. The SCA Environmental Report therefore sets some of the context for the EIA of the Flood Protection Scheme. EIA Methodology Overview. The methodology adopted for the assessment of impacts associated with the preferred design was in accordance with an applicable guidance and is discussed in section 3.5 of the ES, which is document ST3. Table 3.3 in section 3.5.7 demonstrates that the determination of significance of an impact is a function of the value or sensitivity of the receptor and the magnitude of the impact. Where adverse impacts were identified in the ES, appropriate mitigation was proposed aimed at removing, reducing or offsetting the magnitude of the impact, such that its significance was reduced in relation to the decision-making process. Where feasible, recommendations were aimed at enhancing positive impacts associated with the scheme. The residual effects, i.e. the effects remaining once mitigation is adopted, were then set out at the end of each chapter, summarised in the concluding chapters and listed in Table C17.1 and Appendix C to the ES.
So you're now turning to baseline.
Human Beings Chapter, Baseline. With regard to ongoing impacts associated with flooding and socio-economic receptors at the Whitesands, Section 5.3 of the ES lists the following current impacts. A. Damage to roads, bridges, street furniture, landscaped areas, residential and commercial properties and cars. B. Health, stress and safety impacts associated with flood events and evacuation. C. Damage or loss of property within affected buildings, temporary displacement of residents and associated costs, lost income to businesses and clean-up costs. D. Disruption to transport routes leading to additional journey times, travel costs, lost work hours, higher greenhouse gas emissions, and E. Costs borne by the Council relating to police and fire service provision and other emergency response teams. Chapter 7.1 of the ES cites evidence that regular flooding can have a long-term detrimental effect on property and discourage investor confidence in flood risk areas and lead to gradual economic decline, which may be the case at the Whitesands. Other evidence indicates that impacts of flooding may be greater for more socially vulnerable groups. The Whitesands area was identified within the Dumfries Central Data Zone of the 2016 Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation, as counting among the 10% most deprived areas in Scotland. As such, for the purposes of the EIA, the locally affected population were considered to be of high importance in relation to their sensitivity as direct receptors of flood impacts, as set out in SEPA guidance transposed in Table A7.1 and Appendix A of the ES. Human Beings Chapter, Residual Impacts. The assessment of impacts in the Human Beings chapter referred to SEPA guidance on determining magnitude and significance of impacts, as set out in tables A7.2 to A7.11 and Appendix A of the ES, as well as tables 3.1 to 3.3 in Chapter 3 of the ES. Residual impacts, local economy. With respect to the local economy, it's assessed in Section 7.5.2 of the ES that the construction phase of the scheme will have residual effects of minor positive significance on potential construction job opportunities for local people, as well as scheme-related expenditure within the local economy, for example, food and accommodation for workers or locally procured materials and services. However, effects of minor adverse significance are predicted in relation to disruption to tourism, traffic and access to facilities, shops and homes during the construction period. With specific regard to the effect on retailer profits, it is estimated that, given the limited number of operating businesses along the Whitesands that may be affected, and the fact that access will be maintained during construction, any potential relative loss in profit compared to preceding years will be less than £1.75 million. With regard to SEPA guidance criteria on the significance of different levels of change to the profits of third-party businesses, as set out in Table 7.4 and Appendix A of the ES, the impact is regarded as being of minor adverse significance. The same section of the ES does, however, state that impacts on the economy are difficult to quantify and they are likely to be subject to much discussion between business owners and the Council as the scheme construction progresses. It is further acknowledged that, as it is not possible to estimate the potential indirect loss of profits to local businesses during the construction period, ongoing liaison with business owners will be required. With regard to the operation stage, the effect of damages avoided as a result of the scheme is assessed as being of minor positive significance. This is in accordance with SEPA guidance in assessing the significance of direct economic impacts, which is set out in Table A7.3 and Appendix A of the ES. It is also noted that the improved public realm in the Whitesands area is likely to enhance the tourist experience and promote business activity in the area, which is likely to enhance the long-term positive effect on the local economy. Residual impacts on parking. It is noted that as the Council has committed to replacing any lost parking spaces at nearby locations such as the Greensands, the potential economic impact of localised displacement of parking is not assessed, as it was considered that any effect is unlikely to be significant. Residual impacts, health, safety and well-being. Residual construction impacts on health, safety and well-being associated with traffic and access disruption, large plant movements, risks associated with people accessing construction areas, and risks to construction workers were assessed as being of minor adverse significance, assuming standard industry practice construction methods and disruption mitigation measures are effectively implemented. It is understood that vehicular and pedestrian access along the Whitesands will be maintained throughout the construction period. Further mitigation is proposed in Section 7.6.3 of the ES and includes A. Ensuring contractors submit a construction environmental management plan and code of practice or similar to partially address any potential construction noise and vibration impacts as well as nuisance impacts such as the timing of works, dust, mud, visual impacts, contamination risk and traffic disruption, among others. B. Phasing works that require the temporary closure or diversion of riverside footpaths, cycle routes and areas available for recreation to limit the spatial extent of the impact on the whole network. C. Identifying alternative construction traffic routes and compound locations to offset transport impacts for the duration of construction. D. Scheduling works at key recreational areas and liaising with organisers to avoid disrupting events. And E. Effectively implementing access diversions into the construction plan to minimise disruption of important events or shopping periods, for example, near Christmas. With regard to the operation stage, effects of minor to moderate positive significance are predicted respectively with regard to the reduced risk of physical and psychological health associated with flood avoidance. Effects of minor adverse significance could occur in relation to risks associated with more severe flood events, such as the potential failure of temporary barriers during a 1 in 25 to 1 in 75 year event, or lack of public preparedness for major flood events, including evacuation procedures. In both cases, the significance was regarded as minor, assuming a practice regime is put in place to erect barriers effectively, and current flood warning and evacuation procedures are maintained following more severe weather warnings. Effects of moderate to minor positive significance were assessed in relation to the improved amenity and recreation value of the site, i.e. the enhancement of footpaths, green space creation, and the installation of public seating areas and art installations, as well as the reduced impact resulting from the potential loss of utilities during flood events. Conclusion. In conclusion, the ES was carried out in accordance with guidance and concluded that no residual effects of likely adverse significance on the above receptors are anticipated, as long as the appropriate mitigation measures are adopted.
Thank you, Mr McCluskey. Your witness, Mr Connell.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I only have two questions for you, or possibly two questions. In paragraph 3.14, and just stick to the summary for ease, which is one of many places where you're using things like moderate and minor. These are phrases taken from the terminology of environmental assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in 3.14, where you're using a figure of less than 1.75 million, where does that come from?
Well, it was a broad estimate looking at the number of properties along the Whitesands that might be affected by the nuisance effect of construction works within the vicinity of their properties. I considered that on the assumption that access to those shops would be maintained, that the economic effect would be associated with shoppers who would choose to not go to those locations because of the general disruption associated with construction impacts. There are examples elsewhere. For example, I think Mr Dowson raised today compensation that was paid out in relation to the Inverness flood protection scheme, which was around about £1 million. And having a look at the streets that were closed to traffic or for significant periods of time, had numerous hotels and restaurants and apparently significantly more economic activity. And comparing that against the extent of economic activity in the Whitesands, I think it's safe to assume that the difference in profits would be less than £1.75 million.
And the assessment of where that falls into moderate or minor or major significance, is that governed by guidance from SEPA?
That's correct, yes.
In Inverness, was it all trader compensation, or was there any acquisition issue?
I'm not sure about the details. I think there was the acquisition of a property that was within the alignment of the scheme. I'm not too sure about the details.
Thank you, Mr McCluskey. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr Dyson.
Welcome, Mr McCluskey. Hi there. Okay. Could you help me throughout your document? You have gone through a process where you attribute either minor or major impacts to all sorts of things. Is that just your opinion? And were you able to judge your opinion against the opinion, say, of traders and users of the Whitesands? I mean, was this just something you did in isolation, or was there any dialogue with people who actually live and work on the Whitesands?
The assessment of significance of effects in EIA focuses on standard guidance from base organisations such as SEPA, the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, and SNH. And specifically in terms of socioeconomic impacts, it focused on or referred to SEPA guidance on the extent of economic impacts. If you're asking me if I went out and questioned all the traders and got an idea of how they felt about what the impact would be on them and then compared that against the guidance, no, I didn't.
Would it be fair to say then that ultimately, taking account of that guidance from these professional agencies, if I can call them that these impacts therefore are your opinion only?
They're not my opinion. Those impacts are based on a number of factors and studies that have informed the guidance, that have set the criteria and thresholds against which you make your assessment.
Thank you. If I could refer to various paragraphs then, just as we go through. In paragraph 3.7, if I could start there.
Is this the summary or the full recognition?
The full recognition. Yes, I should say that. Sorry. I'm pleased to see you've picked up the same thing I picked up about the health and well-being, which I think I quoted something from it, which caused a bit of thought this morning. You say here providing access to well-lit, safe, pleasant, active travel along the river, etc. Do you not agree, though, that this already exists at the Whitesands, in fact?
Yes, it exists to a certain degree, but I think the scheme design incorporates more walkways and more opportunities and capacity for people to take part in active travel or recreation activities.
Would you agree that there's no barriers to joggers, walkers, cyclists, healthy people? I mean, I see them running up and down the Whitesands all day, every day, so there's no real barrier to that at the moment, is there?
No, I think that's correct, yes.
In paragraph 3.8, you mentioned reduced road traffic would make it easier for pedestrians, cyclists, etc. But would you agree there's nothing in these proposals that will reduce road traffic?
Well, I think the coming and going of cars at the edge of the existing walkway represents road traffic that will be displaced by the scheme. The raised walkway will segregate the immediate traffic activity from the walking area and the recreation area. It will also attenuate noise and perhaps make it a bit more pleasant to go for a stroll along the riverside if you're not right next to cars that are parking.
Right. Sorry, I'm trying to delineate between parking and road traffic as such. I take your point about being next to cars parked, but are you suggesting that there's going to be less road traffic on the Whitesands as part of this scheme?
Well, just merely that in order to become parked, a car has to drive to that spot, and that's traffic activity, cars coming and going. So I don't know what will happen to the traffic once the scheme's built along the actual road itself, but I know that within the parking area that exists, it will be reduced because it won't be there anymore.
So would you agree then that people wanting to park in relation to, say, the town centre may not drive along the Whitesands at all because they will know that their parking options are restricted and may take other routes then? Is that a reasonable assumption?
I can't really second guess the parking decisions of people who come to the town centre. So I wouldn't really want to agree with you there or disagree.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, if I could move to I think paragraph 3.15. This is the human beings. And point A, you talk about damage to roads, bridges, street furniture, etc. Do you not accept that that could and probably will still happen to some extent? Because, I mean, flooding will still have an impact, certainly on the edge of the river up to the barrier. There'll still be a considerable amount of clean-up to be done, etc.
Well, I think damage to roads, some landscaped areas and residential and commercial properties will certainly be reduced, and cars. But yes, you're right, if there is a significant flood onto the kind of green space area, street furniture will continue to be affected by flooding. Well, street furniture that's still within the flood zone.
Point B, you mentioned the word evacuation. I've struggled a bit with this word because the police tell me they have no powers to evacuate. So, I mean, is this point valid if there's no such thing as evacuation?
As far as I understand it, if there is a major flood warning, the police endeavour to get people to evacuate properties if their safety is at risk. I don't know whether they have legal powers to actually evacuate them or not, but I assume that evacuation to some extent does happen, whether willingly or coerced.
Okay, it's an interesting point. The police say they don't have powers to force people to evacuate, but they do advise. But their powers are advisory, I think. Okay. I mean, do you accept, though, that with regard to the flooding and all these effects, that generally speaking they only happen 2 days per annum, roughly on average, and most years that the floods are fairly low and don't really impact very much on properties? It's only every now and again we get a large flood that really comes into the town.
I think that's probably the case for the historical situation, but this scheme has been planned for the next 100 years, and we really don't know what the frequency and severity of floods will be in the future. And I think it's quite prudent to assume that it's within the Council's duty to plan for what might happen or what's somewhat predicted by climate change and indeed probability.
Right. So are you aware if the Council has planned for climate change in this design?
Sorry, Mr Dyson, that's not a question for this witness, please.
Oh.
That's a question for one of the technical witnesses, and I think it has been put before.
Paragraph 316. you talk about gradual economic decline, which may be the case at the Whitesands. That doesn't sound as if you're very sure about that. Could you comment?
Yeah, that's correct. I didn't do a detailed study on the economic baseline in the Whitesands. We do know, however, that over the years between 2006, 9, 12, the Whitesands area, the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation indicated that relatively the Whitesands declined overall against indicators of income, employment, education, housing, crime, and so on.
Yeah, I could accept that, but would you accept that that isn't necessarily directly attributable to flooding, because we have a similar decline in our high street?
That could certainly be the case, but I think it's prudent as an environmental impact assessor to assume that relatively regular flooding does have an effect on the local area, and it's not a positive one.
If I can move to paragraph 319, this is residual effects, and you particularly talk about scheme-related expenditure within the local economy. Is this the suggestion that during the construction work there'll be potentially a lot of jobs available for local people? I can understand a bit about maybe food for workers and things, but would tendering, I know this may be a difficult question for you to answer, but I would assume that tendering could be put out throughout Europe, so you could end up with a European company doing this, so there might not in fact be any jobs for local workers. Our experience of European companies winning these tenders is they send even the labourers over, so that the local people tend to not get very much work out of it. So I suppose I'm asking, is it not the possibility that the winning contractor here might not get any work into the local economy?
I'm sure that is a possibility, but I'm sure it's also a possibility that council can ensure through their procurement exercises that some effort is made by the contractor to procure services locally where possible.
I think we would welcome that, yes. At the bottom of that paragraph, you talk about there is minor adverse significance predicted in relation to disruption to various things. Are you aware that some of the traders and people who will be affected by this are effectively saying that this could be so detrimental that their businesses could be terminated as part of this process?
I'm aware that you mentioned that today, earlier on today, and I'll take that as given.
It is a fear that people have, okay. Now, the following paragraph, I did want to come to this figure of 1.75 million, and it's interesting that you've put that in. Would that be a reasonable estimate figure then for a compensation figure?
It's not associated with any estimates or compensation. It's a threshold criteria in SEPA guidance.
Just for clarity then, it is a figure you've calculated from guidance provided by SEPA?
Yeah. I haven't calculated it, it's just there, but yes.
Yes, and I see in paragraph 321 you talk about the difficulty of quantifying and not possible to estimate, and I have some sympathies with that. But then you conclude that ongoing liaison with business owners will be required. Are you aware that the current business owners feel that there's been very little, if any, liaison with them? That they may not have much confidence in this.
I'm only aware of it in so much as you have mentioned it today.
In paragraph 322, now I may be picking this up wrong, but you talk about the effect of damages avoided as a result of the scheme, and you say that's assessed of being minor positive significance. We had another cost-benefit calculation that suggested that there would be a £380,000 per annum damages avoided as part of the council scheme. Are you aware of that? Is that a reasonable figure, do you think?
I'm not really aware of the detail of that, and I don't know whether it is reasonable, but what I can say is that it wouldn't really make any difference to the assessment, in that it refers to SEPA guidance as being of, if it's less than £1.75 million, and direct economic impacts are still regarded as being of minor positive significance.
And just to make a point on paragraph 3.24, this is displacement of parking, etc. You consider that to be unlikely to be significant, and are you aware that thousands of people signed a petition saying that they thought that was very, very significant?
I am aware of a petition that in which people expressed their concerns about loss of parking. I'm also aware of that the council have committed to replacing that parking within the town centre, and it'd be difficult, obviously, to measure the potential impact on specific businesses at one part of the town centre versus another part of the town centre, or indeed one part of the Whitesands versus another part of the Whitesands. But I think as all the parking will still be, as it will still be possible to park within the vicinity of the Whitesands or within the town centre, then I think it's unlikely to be significant overall.
Okay, paragraph 3.28, you talked about your assessments there. You talk about the potential failure of a temporary barrier during a 1 in 25-75 year event, etc., and we're back to evacuation, etc. Do you think you've assessed that correctly, and what makes you concerned about that potential failure?
Well, it's just a risk that you have to identify, that there's a potential that the barriers aren't put up in time or put up properly, and they're ineffective. But the risk, my assumption on the risk of that happening is that it is low, and that low risk can be mitigated by ensuring that council workers, the people who put the barriers up, service them and develop a practice regime for putting them in place. Your reference to evacuation would be if there is a severe flood warning, whereby it's assumed that floodwaters will top the 1 in 75 level, then the police, I presume, will endeavour to make sure that people who live in the area that might be affected by that flood event are informed and given the opportunity to evacuate.
Yeah. Do you not accept that in such a scenario it might work the other way, that we get storm watchers nowadays and that many people might flock to the Whitesands to witness this big storm event and actually be placing themselves in danger, that there might be an even greater risk, in fact?
I think maybe that's a bit of speculation, Mr. Dyson. I don't think that really the witness could be expected to answer that one.
I assume it would be an interesting event to witness, and I suppose it would be up to those people to make sure they're in a safe position to witness it.
Okay. Yeah, if we could just nip back to paragraph 3.26. This is about vehicular and, well, particularly vehicular access along the Whitesands will be maintained throughout the construction period. Do you have any idea of really to what extent that can happen? It's not going to be full dual, it's going to be very restricted. And have you made any assessment of the kind of impact or gridlock that may happen in other traffic routes because the Whitesands will be restricted?
I haven't made a detailed assessment, but there is an assumption that traffic will be disrupted during the construction period. Yeah, and there will be adverse effects on the traffic network, and I think that's dealt with in the Traffic and Transport chapter by Sistra. Construction impacts on the traffic network.
Yeah, but would you agree, though, that any restriction on the Whitesands is likely to put significant increased pressure on all the other traffic routes, because people will still have to get about, and it could put the rest of the town into a bit of a gridlock? We certainly think that.
I can't comment on whether it would be significant or how significant any disruption might be indeed, but I'm sure it won't be the first time that there's been a major construction project in Dumfries and they've had to deal with transport impacts.
I may be wrong, but I think the Whitesands is an A-grade route, isn't it? It's part of an A route, and obviously if you start to restrict an A route to some extent, it throws traffic onto the other streets. It's a through route, really, for the town.
Well, yeah, as I said, I think there will inevitably be some disruption to the transport network during construction. The council has indicated to me that they are going to endeavour to keep the road open throughout construction, but they've also mentioned that there may be instances when the road has to be closed, for example, if you're dealing with utilities, etc., and drainage. And I'm sure there will be periods where that disruption is more significant than other periods. But I think that's part of the course for any major construction in most towns and cities, and yeah.
But would you agree then that the impacts on the Whitesands will actually have a knock-on effect to almost all road users of Dumfries during this period?
Mr. Dyson, might that be a question that's better put to the transport witness?
Just paragraph 4.8, and this is the we've asked this question a number of times about people being inclined to drive on to other venues, etc. Do you not accept that is likely to happen if people, I'm talking about visitors or people going through that through route, potentially on their way to Stranraer or wherever, if they arrive in Dumfries and find it difficult to park, that they may just decide to continue with their journey?
I can't really speculate on what drivers from one location to another location might choose to do when they're driving through Dumfries. Sorry, you'll have to be more specific about the question.
Just a quick question on the fare, paragraph 412. You agree here that the fare generates high levels of noise and movements of population. Would you then agree that to move that fare location closer to residential properties is going to have an adverse effect on those residential properties?
Sorry, what paragraph are you referring to?
4.12. Well, and 4.13, but 4.12 you say, we say that it will generate high level of noise and movement of population.
Yes, and the question, sorry?
Well, would you not agree that if that is the case, that there would be an assessment that this would be detrimental to those residential properties that would be much closer to the noise, etc., and disruption?
Well, I don't think the council have confirmed where and or if and or to what extent the fair might be moved to a different location, but I'm sure that if they do, they'll consider the disruption impacts on local residents and businesses.
I certainly hope so. You mention in the following paragraph, and it's just a point, that you say the fair has been going since 1890. I've been consulting my historians who tell me that the charter rights, in fact, go back to 1186, the original charter of Dumfries to hold the fair. So I'm just making that point, which is interesting, I think. Okay. Okay, Mr. McCluskey, I'd like to thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I've got one or two questions, Mr. McCluskey, if you don't mind, because some of these have already been asked and answered, so I just need to run through for a minute just to check. Yeah, could you just clarify, I think it's your final statement, give me a second. I mean, most of my questions have been addressed, but there was one point, what's your final paragraph?
Is this the full precognition?
Yes. You make a comment that no residential effects of adverse significance as long as subject to the mitigation. And I just wondered if your comments on that include the taking account of the compensation scheme. Or is that made without any consideration of the compensation scheme?
Is this the conclusion to the
paragraph.
summary?
Sorry, just get to try to get to the paragraph. Yeah, it must be the summary one, sorry, apologies.
That's fine.
Final paragraph. I just wanted to be clear that when you're talking about mitigation, were you taking into account the compensation scheme, or were you seeing that as a separate matter?
At the time, I wasn't taking into consideration the compensation scheme. At the time when I did the assessment, the mitigation was as proposed, which included close consultation between the council and local traders, which subsequently has become a confirmation of a compensation scheme by the council.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Connell?
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. McCluskey.
Thank you.
If we could take a short break until 1:15 to prepare for the next witness. Witness, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I think in this case, given a number of the exchanges, I will have a few supplementary questions for this witness, but I propose to start Mr. Topping, Mr. Tony Topping, as you're generally known, I understand, just by taking you to your summary recognition, where, as usual, you set out a brief version of your qualifications experience in paragraph 1.1, and then in paragraph 2 you simply say that your evidence focuses on parking. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's just start by asking you to read from section 3, please.
Okay, parking in town centres is a high-profile, complex and emotive issue. Local authorities have to ensure parking provision is considered in a joined-up approach with other responsibilities, including traffic management, strategic network planning and economic development. Dumfries is a historical market town where locals, visitors and tourists have the benefit of extensive council-provided free parking facilities in and around the town. Places such as Carlisle, towns in the Scottish borders and the central belt towns and cities offer limited and little free parking facilities. You either have to pay to park in the town centre or accept up to a half-hour walk. So the current parking at the Whitesands. No overall reduction of parking for the town as a result of the scheme became a key aim of the project. Current parking, both long and short stay, is provided on the west side or the river side of the Whitesands, and on the east side, the shop side, where parking is provided where parking is free, provided compliance with the parking signage and the disc parking scheme. The Whitesands project design layout and its associated parking provision is shown on the current flood order drawings. The main Whitesands car park, the riverside, will be used to site the raised walkway element of the flood defences, but many of these spaces will be re-provided nearby in the D&G Homes Pay and Display car park, which is being acquired by the council and will be redeveloped as a free car park. The Green Sands car park will also be formalised and extended with access via a ramp from the former Arts College car park off Charlotte Street. the existing Whitesands car park, shop side, will be retained, as will the majority of those spaces at Dockhead. Further on-street parking will be provided and reallocated across the town centre by reviewing, revising and removing existing restrictions. Comments made in the development of the master plan and at the charrette process refer to the Whitesands parking being on the wrong side of the road, i.e. the riverside. Shoppers and visitors at present have to cross a busy road and then negotiate another car park before the Whitesands retail frontage. The new parking proposals on the east side give direct pedestrian access to both the Friars Vennel and Bank Street, as well as the Whitesands shops and cafes. So parking re-provision. During public consultations that contributed to the Whitesands master plan, many felt that the predominance of parking in the Whitesands was inappropriate in what is potentially a great public space in the heart of the town. Others stressed the importance of parking in the area for economic health and competitiveness of businesses in the town centre in general, and the Whitesands in particular, and that the loss of parking would have a negative impact on the town centre. It was also felt that should future plans displace parking provision on the Whitesands, alternative provision should be provided that serves the Whitesands. A car parking data collecting survey was undertaken in June and July of 2013 as part of the Dumfries Town Centre parking study of both on and off-street parking. The report summarised that whilst there are localised pressures within individual car parks, there is overall sufficient spare capacity in on and off-street parking in Dumfries. Also, from analysing Whitesands parking data, the report concluded that displaced parking, as a consequence of the scheme, can be accommodated by both off-street and on-street within the town centre. At a public engagement event in October 2015, attendees were asked to complete a questionnaire regarding the proposed flood protection scheme. The responses indicated that 60% of people were prepared to accept some changes to car parking, providing any spaces lost are re-provided elsewhere on the Whitesands or nearby. They also showed that 82% of people were of the view that changes to the existing parking arrangements were insufficient reason not to build a flood protection scheme. Significant time has been devoted to ensuring that lost spaces have been re-provided. In addition to alternative and replacement off-street parking provision, other improvements included the redesign of flood protection works at Dockhead to reduce the loss of spaces, and a review of on-street parking restrictions to remove existing restrictions where these are no longer appropriate.
Now coming to something that was being discussed earlier today, described as a D&G Homes car park.
Yes, so the proposed acquisition through the scheme of the existing D&G Homes pay and display car park would allow the inclusion of a further 120 spaces into the existing council parking stock. This site is currently operated as a paid public car park. As all council-owned car parks and on-street parking is free, the current usage of a paid car park is reduced. Surveys of this car park in 2014 and, in fact, in recent weeks, indicate a weekday usage of some 55 vehicles. So by purchasing and adding to the council stock, there will be an additional 65 spaces available. This site is immediately adjacent to the Whitesands shops with direct access to Friars Vennel and is some 150 metres from the High Street, which is less than a 2-minute walking time. The Greensands. There is an underutilised car park at Greensands, a brownfield site on the plot of the old Dumfries swimming pool building, with capacity to increase parking provision. This proposal was not part of the original charrette in 2012, but formed part of the public display at the former Baker's Oven in 2013, receiving no negative feedback. The issue with this particular site was the lack of good access from the public road network. The proposed layout is an extension of the existing parking provision, incorporating a revised parking layout at the former Art College car park. The redevelopment of this area will create a more attractive and accessible facility. The Greensands car park will be promoted as a long-stay car park, and as such, any increase in traffic flows are anticipated as being confined to morning and evening peaks. Overall, this means that a revised layout at Greensands would give a net gain of some 64 parking spaces. The distance and walking times to the Whitesands are 85 metres and less than 2 minutes, and to the start of the High Street, 365 metres and less than 5 minutes, with many shops and other retail outlets en route.
Now you're turning to on-street parking.
Yep, so to complement the additional off-street parking provision, several reviews have been undertaken of on-street waiting restrictions in the town centre to assess whether additional parking spaces could be made available, while still taking account of road safety considerations and retaining adequate road space for traffic flow. This initially was a desk study, followed by site visits to fully assess the implications and consequences of any potential changes to existing waiting restrictions. A minimum of 80 new free and readily accessible short-term parking spaces could be created by this proposal, with simple modifications to existing road markings and signage.
Continue, please.
Okay. The Council can clearly demonstrate that Dumfries can accommodate parking displaced from the Whitesands, and all are within reasonable walking distance of the High Street and Whitesands. Dumfries has a significant number of car parking spaces available within a 5-minute walk of the Whitesands and town centre, and further spaces within a 10-minute walk. All of these spaces are free of charge. There will still be car parking at the Whitesands, and those that are displaced will be reprovided at Greensands and elsewhere. This is unlikely to displace visitors to other towns or cities, such as Glasgow or Carlisle, which are up to and over 60 minutes drive away, and where, once there, visitors would then be charged to park. The scheme will consider the parking needs of all motorised and non-motorised vehicles, as well as accessibility and parking needs of people of restricted mobility and disabled users. The majority of spaces being displaced on the Whitesands are free long-term, and out of the total being lost, 7 are disabled bays. A review of the disabled parking bay provision will be undertaken during the detailed design stage of the project.
You have just a couple of short sections before you start to come to the end.
Yep. So public transport facilities. The current bus stands and interchange will be removed during construction of the flood defences. New stands will be built nearby, with 4 shelters installed along the northbound carriageway next to the raised walkway between Bank Street and Friars Vennel, and southbound services will continue to stop at the Beclusie end of the Whitesands. And the majority of alternative and replacement parking provision will be identified and implemented prior to the removal of parking on the Whitesands river frontage.
You just have your conclusions now.
So loss of parking had not been considered an issue based on charrette outcomes. In fact, the creation of a green pedestrian-friendly space was seen as an improvement. However, it did prove over time to be an area of significant concern. As can be clearly seen, the design process allowed, as far as possible, parking to be retained on the Whitesands, but acknowledging there was always going to be loss of spaces, particularly on the riverside, accordingly these would be replaced and reallocated within easy walking distance of the town centre. This precognition has described the benefits, potential adverse impacts and appropriate mitigation measures concerning parking provision in Dumfries. It has clearly demonstrated how the parking aims and objectives were met, resulting in no overall reduction of parking for the town.
Thank you, Mr Topping. Mr Connell.
Thank you, Madam. One or two additional questions, if I may, Mr Topping, not necessarily in logical order, so bear with me. There was an implication, I think, in the evidence given by Mr Dowson that nobody had bothered talking to the bus companies, or at least no one knew whether anyone had bothered talking to the bus companies. Are you aware whether there have been any discussions with bus companies about this project?
Yes, I'm aware that the project team has met with representatives of both Houston's, a local bus company, and Stagecoach, the national bus company, on the proposed relocation of bus stances and the alternative routes that the buses would take. Both companies had no objections or concerns with these proposals. They did mention that predominantly buses approach the Whitesands from the south, and that's where the new bays will be constructed on the side of the northbound carriageway. And the majority of the local buses, they're the ones that make the southbound manoeuvres, which will be taken up the new one-way street on Bank Street and along Irish Street. So yes, they have been consulted.
A sort of supplementary to the supplementary on that point, that there's a point being made by Mr Dowson in his recognition. There's a concern that the manoeuvring that's required of buses will prove difficult, or the streets are not suitable, or something of that kind. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I think the design team have already looked at Bank Street. There will be some modifications. I think parking will be taken away from one side. One of the footways will be widened that allow the buses to keep over to the left as they're driving up Bank Street. I think we've also used a program called AutoTrack, which is a 3D software program that can map and route a bus travelling around our roads. And I think with a few modifications to the corner, the junction of Bank Street and Irish Street, there is sufficient room for buses to get round there.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about not about the Green Sands and not about D&G Homes, but about the other reprovision arrangements in the town centre. The discussion this morning perhaps seemed to focus on people parking on double yellow lines and so on. Is that the only issue that you've looked at, this question of double yellow lining?
Sorry, could you just repeat that again, please?
Sorry, the discussion on the reprovisioning within the town centre as opposed to in a car park tend to focus this morning on people parking on yellow lines or double yellow lines. Is that the only thing that you've looked at in trying to achieve your objective?
No, the main objective obviously was no overall reduction in parking for the town. We've also looked at a number of objectives as well as reviewing the parking and waiting restrictions on street. Overall, we looked at the optimum use of available space at the best locations for parking. We also ensured that the walking times were appropriate for alternative parking locations. We also ensured that other parts of Dumfries can accommodate the displaced parking from the Whitesands, i.e. that they had sufficient capacity. We also did a general review that the alternative parking locations have no adverse effect on the local roads network. And we also tried to ensure that car parking provision encourages active travel and behavioural change. And finally, as part of the overall strategy, we looked at ways of improving, promoting signage for around the town for when people are driving into Dumfries, to let them know where the available short-term, long-term parking is, and perhaps also the availability using real-time data to see how many spaces are available in certain car parks.
I'd like to come back to signage very briefly in a minute. But in terms of the changes you're proposing for car parking in the on-street car parking as opposed to in-car park car parking. Is it just a question of removing yellow lines, or are you doing anything else?
If you just bear with me, I've got something. Right, no, there's the review included looking at new one-way streets that there are in Dumfries. As I say, there's now streets that have become one-way, and we don't need as much waiting restrictions on certain sides of the streets now. We've also looked at reduction in large pedestrian footways, which has resulted in the greater carriageway width for parking spaces. We've also looked at existing features such as bus laybys, which are no longer used, so these can be turned into parking spaces. Unused accesses, and also old historic waiting restrictions. And we've also looked at areas that we can change from normal parallel parking to angled nose-in parking and relining the old road markings. So there's a combination of things. It's not just removal of double yellow lines.
This is one that may assist one of the issues that the reporters to this inquiry have a particular interest in. Am I right in understanding that a number of these rearrangements will require the promotion of traffic regulation orders under separate legislation which have their own provisions for intimation and objection and so on? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Any changes to existing waiting restrictions will have to go through the traffic regulations order. In the first instance, when we want to change existing waiting restrictions, we would consult with Police Scotland. We then usually consult with locally elected members for the specific area. And once we've got agreement, we would then advertise these orders through the local press, and if anybody wants to object to these amendments to the waiting restrictions, they can do so, provided they've got adequate reason and they can be substantiated. If these objections can't be resolved through dialogue, they would then get taken to area committee to be resolved. And then ultimately the orders would be made, would get signed off, and the lining could be changed on site.
Thank you. I think I probably only have two more. And one of them you mentioned a moment or two ago, which was the question of signage. And there have been a number of comments, particularly today and also elsewhere, that if the arrangements that are proposed, the combination of arrangements that are proposed, are to be successful to best advantage, thought may need to be given to signage. Do you agree with that?
Definitely. I think Dumfries is ready for a review of its parking signage, and this is an ideal opportunity. We need to ensure that all signage for parking is still accurate, visible and consistent. We need to look at new locations to replace the old signage. We need to make sure it's available as people are driving into Dumfries from all the main arterial routes and at strategic junctions. We then need to promote and advertise our car parks, and during construction as well, we'll need to use media, social media, local press, radio, etc., to let people know what car parks may be closed, which ones are open, etc. And parking availability within Dumfries will also be promoted on the council's website by development of more detailed information, and, for example, preparation of a downloadable parking leaflet incorporating a plan of available off-street car parks.
Thank you. It's really the one final question. It's been suggested that what the council, and thus presumably you, have been doing is manipulating figures or fabricating things. Have you been doing that?
No, not at all. Just like to say I've been working on the Whitesands for probably about a year now, so a lot of the parking information is quite historical, but I've sort of been through it all myself. I've visited all the car parks in question, and I've sort of satisfied myself that what we are saying can be achieved, and that what we are creating is new, free and legal parking provision for Dumfries.
Thank you, Mr. Topping. I have nothing further, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Hello, Mr. Toffey. Sorry to put you through this. Here we are. You just mentioned the TROs, which would relate to some 80 spaces. Was that correct? I know at one point it was 67, but I think we're now talking about 80 spaces. Do you agree that you, because of the process you've just told us, that you can't guarantee that all of those TROs would be accepted because they're of objections and all sorts of things?
Out of the 80 that we mentioned, not all of them will be subject to TROs, because some of them it's just changing existing parking layouts. There is a significant amount of them will be subject to TROs. But as I said, the public can object, but if they're objecting to the actual change of these orders on a particular street, they have to have good reason. It can't just be a reason because it's got an implication on the Whitesands, for instance. It really has to have an implication on the operation, the traffic flows, the parking, the safety, whatever, for that particular street for through traffic. So if we do get objections, we have to review them and make sure they are specific. And as I say, we'll try our best to review them and provide justification why we're doing these amendments to the traffic regulation orders. And if they can't be resolved, a paper would then go to area committee, and the members of the area committee would then make a decision on whether the weight and restriction amendments would go ahead. And as I said as well, that we would always get the backing of Police Scotland before we took it to that stage of advertising.
Would you agree that Police Scotland elected members were all historically involved in putting these yellow lines there in the first place?
I doubt it, because I think some of them relate back to the 70s and 80s.
Been subject of some kind of order. You don't just paint yellow lines without going through a process.
Yes, but a lot of these, what I'm saying is, a lot of them are historic. So they were maybe put down in the 60s or the 70s and the 80s, and they were down for a reason at the time. A lot of the transport, streets, traffic flows around Dumfries has now changed. We've now got pedestrian areas. We've got a one-way system. When they were all introduced, a lot of the existing weighting restrictions were not reviewed. So this is seen now as an opportunity to review, and that's why I was quite surprised as well that a significant number of spaces has become available because of this review.
Would you not agree with me, though, that such a review is maybe overdue, in fact, according to what you've just said, and has really got nothing to do with a flood protection order?
I would say yes, a review was probably overdue. What I do know is that the council in recent years have had to make a lot of budget cuts, and that has put an effect on resources available. And I know myself from working in the network strategy and road safety team that a lot of time we do have to focus on more strategic and road safety matters, and that often parking and traffic regulation orders is maybe not priority. But I think what happened when the scheme was developing, that we thought, well, this is a good time to review them, and let's do it in conjunction with the scheme.
And would part of the attraction of that been the attraction of perhaps getting 80% grant towards the cost of this parking, which perhaps the council should have done years ago anyway?
The actual cost of the amendments to the waiting restrictions is fairly minimal. You're talking a couple of £100 to advertise a new order, and then you may be talking about removing some lines and repainting some new lines. So it's not a huge amount of money to implement the proposals.
So on that basis, it could easily have been done at a much earlier date.
It could have been done at a different time, yes, but I think it was just decided it would be an ideal time to do it in conjunction with all the other works.
Can we just confirm the figure of 230 spaces? I just want to get this absolutely right, that is the number of spaces that have to be redeployed or reprovided as part of the scheme from the Whitesands car park. Is that the figure you were working on? Paragraph 3.4.
What paragraph did you say, sorry?
Full precognition,
full,
sorry,
right, okay.
sorry, I do
Right.
apologise.
Yes.
You mentioned the potential loss of 230 parking spaces.
That was a figure back in August 2013. Since then, I think it's clearly mentioned there was a review. Dockhead was redesigned. We looked at Whitesands. We then looked at other locations, and the actual loss figure, which will be, I would refer to Table 1 of the December 2016 E&I Committee report. I think we're talking about now a loss of 176. That is the current figure, 176.
That's a significant difference then, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you. Interesting what you said about Bank Street with the buses. Did I pick you up right to when you said that one side of the street parking would be removed? Would that involve actually putting yellow lines down then? And if it did, how would those yellow lines be enforced?
Yes, I think what I'd like to believe is that Bank Street will be one way and that parking will be removed from one side. And yes, that will require waiting restrictions along one side. And I think the next thing you're going to talk about is obviously decriminalised parking enforcement.
Just how would you enforce those yellow lines?
Well, at the moment, enforcement of on-street parking is the responsibility of Police Scotland. So it would be up to the police to enforce.
Probably come back to that. Paragraph 3.6, if we could just refer to that. I mean, it's accepted, okay, vehicles are being displaced from the Whitesands, etc. Ultimately, that wasn't decided by the charrette. That was only an option that I understand that was considered. Who actually decided that the parking should be removed from the Whitesands? Was that done by council officers?
So I'm not aware of exactly who, but I think it would have been council officers in association with committee.
committee would have had recommendations from council officers, presumably.
I can't comment. I wasn't involved back then.
Now, in paragraph 3.7, you refer to, let me just a second. You refer to the DG Homes site. If that site is not available, where will you put the 120 cars?
At present, the information I have been given for my precognition is based on that the council will acquire that car park.
We heard from a previous witness, though, that he, Mr. Sayers, that he felt quite confident that the things could be replaced. Would you agree that if that car park, if you can't get 120 car parking spaces in that site, the whole calculation falls, really? Your whole strategy falls?
I think if for some reason that car park did drop off our proposals, I think we would then just have to go back to the drawing board and look at alternatives. I think that's the only way to go forward there. But as it stands, we have assurances that that the area falls within the flood protection order, and therefore we do have some buy-in that we will be able to acquire it. But yeah, if we need to a fallback plan, then we'll do another review and look at it from there.
So that would have to be a sort of major design change, really, wouldn't it, to the advertised scheme?
Not to the flood protection scheme as such. We just look at other parking options available.
Paragraph 3.8, you talk about shoppers and visitors at present have to cross a busy road and then negotiate car parks, etc. Would you not agree that people going from the town to the Whitesands, we heard earlier that people are going to be coming down to see the new bund and everything, would you not agree that they're going to have to negotiate a busy road to get to the nice green space?
Yes, they can use the controlled pedestrian crossings on the Whitesands if they want to access from say like Bank Street area.
So the point would be that it works both ways in a sense, and really isn't much of a problem at all. Then, would you agree?
Well, I think we were trying to say that the people parking there then had to go that way. If they use the alternative parking provision, i.e. D&G Homes, then they don't have that same obstacle to cross.
Would you not agree that everyone who parks in the town centre to get to the green space will have to cross that obstacle? Absolutely everyone.
Yes, people will have to cross, and they can make their own, carry out their own sort of risk assessments, whether they want to use the crossings provided or crossing places that they prefer.
In paragraph 314, and you talked about behavioural changes and sustainable travel choices, would you not agree that overall then that you would be seeking for actually a reduction in parking spaces in the town in order to promote that?
I think we've had to balance, this is a case of having to balance the needs, and I think we've clearly seen that we need to balance the needs of the economics of the town, that the traders still want the parking there, and at the same time we've got national policies, we've got the Council's active travel strategy, where we're also wanting to encourage more people to use sustainable travel choices. And I think what we have here is that although the primary aim was to replace all parking, at the same time we would like to use the scheme as an opportunity to try and promote active travel. And actually what we're saying now is we're giving people more choice. So it's an ideal time for people to assess whether do they still need to drive into town to go to work, or could they take the bus, could they cycle, or could they walk, could they car share. So I think it's all about choice, and at the same time, due to public opinion and public concerns, that we have replaced all the parking.
I'm actually sympathetic to the concept of that you're talking about, but would you not agree in Dumfries as a market town with a lot of rural villages and elderly people in them, that the car is really their only essential way of coming into town? And would you also comment on the cycling option? You're aware that on the Whitesands and in various other locations you had, I think they were called smart bikes or whatever for a while, which were to encourage people to use cycles. And that seemed to be a fairly failed project, if I can put it that way.
Sorry, can I just intervene? I don't think it's appropriate to ask the witness to comment on other schemes. If we could confine the questions to the flood protection scheme, Mr Dowson.
Well, I mean, this is a cycling project on the Whitesands that...
Okay, could I maybe ask you to confine it to your concerns about... your first question was, as a market town,
Right.
what are the implications for elderly people who rely on cars? And I suppose your second question seemed to be in relation to how do you balance the needs of sustainable travel and the flood protection scheme? Would that be right? Or would you like to reframe the question yourself?
Take your advice. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Topping. If we take the first question, which seemed to be what would the implications of the removal of the parking at Whitesands be for elderly people who are relying more on cars to access the town centre?
Okay, yeah. We're well aware that Dumfries and Galloway is a rural area, and a lot of people are very reliant on cars for travel to towns, to do their shopping, whatever. We've also got Dumfries, which is obviously the biggest town in the region, which a lot of people can travel using, they can walk or they can cycle. As I mentioned, it's all about trying to balance the needs of these people. So we're trying to, the parking down at Whitesands that we're maintaining will be short stay, and there will be disabled parking as well on the shop side, as well as we'll be putting in new bike stands to encourage active travel. There's also other car parks around the centre of Dumfries that previous studies have shown to be very underutilised. And we think that by removal of the Riverside car park, as I said, people will assess how they do travel into town, and whether if they still want to drive, they can use other car parks. There's the Brooms Road car park, there's Lowerburn car park, there's car park over near George Street. There's a whole variety, and I think compared to other towns in the borders, I think we are quite spoilt with such a large degree of choices of parking, both short and long. which is all free. So I think if we can, for people with limited mobility and maybe the elderly, we'll keep all the spaces on the Whitesands for short stay, and the longer stay will be over at Greensands and other car parks on the periphery of the town.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Mr. Dowse?
Some of it, yes. But thank you. Thank you. Okay. Paragraph 319, I think you give reference to the real split of opinion within the public here. Others quite happy to see the car parking move, others wishing to hang on to it. But the very last sentence of that, about future plans displace parking provision on the Whitesands, alternative provision should be provided that serves the Whitesands. Do you accept that your schemes and your overall scheme, although it serves the town centre in the wider sense, many of your provisions do not actually serve the Whitesands?
Well, I think that's all fairly subjective. To say a car park serves the Whitesands doesn't necessarily mean that the car park has to be on the Whitesands. And I would argue that a car park at the Greensands, which is basically just on the other side of Buccleuch Street, does serve the Whitesands. I would also say the D&G Homes car park will serve the Whitesands. And the majority of these 80 spaces around the town that we're reviewing will serve the Whitesands, because people will be able to park and literally within a 5-minute walk if they want to go to the Whitesands, or indeed say the High Street. So I think that the phrase there, serving the Whitesands, to me means as long as it's within a reasonable walk.
There was some discussion this morning, paragraph 326. It's about, you had some figures showing a decline in the use of car parks over a period of time, which we thought might be related to the decline in the high street rather than flooding, for instance. Do you accept that if the town and the high street it's regenerated in a meaningful way, that these figures could well go up in the future? Your car parking requirements or use will go up in future?
I would probably like to think so. But if you look just above in paragraph 325, you'll see that the parking study in 2005 and then the parking study in 2013, we have seen a reduction in vehicles parking over that 8 years. So what we're saying is that if then the regeneration of Whitesands and the town centre, we attract more people back, we've still got the facilities there in the overall parking stock to absorb the vehicles that used to come back in 2005.
Paragraph 3.27. You mentioned this public engagement, and 60% of people were prepared to accept some changes to car parking. I think I was one of those people, and I was quite prepared to accept some changes. Do you accept that that's a kind of very vague term or statement?
I would like to try and look what the other choices were. I think it was obviously prepared to accept no changes, and I forget what the other one was, but I think 60% was, it was 3 questions, so 60% was the majority, and it was prepared to accept some changes to car parking, yet provided any spaces lost are provided elsewhere or elsewhere on the Whitesands or nearby. So I think that's quite important for the question.
I think we might have a slight difference of opinion about what nearby means there, but I'll leave it at that. Okay. Right. I'd like to just spend a little bit of time looking at the actual figures that I think were eventually presented. I'm trying to find the document reference. I think it was CR16, I think was the final. Would you agree, Mr. Topping, that CR16 was the... I know that some of these figures may have changed since, but for the purposes...
Yep, CR16, which is December 2016, and that contains Table 1. Those are the final figures that I've been using.
Yeah. In my precognition, I kind of challenged some of those figures, and I just wondered if we could take them maybe one at a time. I'm going to concede the Greensands one right away, because if I've already said that if the Greensands is accepted, that would gain 64 spaces. With regard to the yellow line in, I've challenged the 80 extra spaces. Well, really on two grounds. One, we can't presume what the TROs will throw up. But secondly, on the grounds that these spaces are being used anyway. If you walk around the town, people are parking on these spaces, or many of these spaces, not all of them, I accept, but many of these spaces are already being used. Many other yellow lines, people are parking in the Venno, people are parking in the High Street. So the whole idea that relining yellow lines, would you not agree with me that these, you can't actually, what I'm trying to say is, you can't actually achieve this target because the spaces are already being used by people parking illegally.
No, I think I do know what you're saying, that people do park there, but you can park to load and offload on a double yellow line. Disabled people can also park on double yellow lines, providing they're not causing an obstruction. A lot of people that do park on double yellows, it's very opportunistic. It's maybe only for a few minutes. And at the end of the day, they can still get a ticket. So I don't know about you, but I would prefer to go and park my car in a legal, preferably free space. Now, I do know you're saying you've got photographic evidence, but as I say, they maybe just were parking there for a few minutes. What we are saying is that we'll review and provide up to, in fact, the figure is 80. Providing we get through the traffic regulations orders, and I see no reason why this shouldn't be achieved.
Well, I have to disagree with you. I mean, have you not walked around the town on almost any day and seen in many of these locations people parking with impunity on these yellow lines, parking illegally, not parking just for a few minutes to load or unload, parking for considerable lengths of time? And are you not aware, if you've been in discussions with the police, that the police are not enforcing that? And they've made that quite public, and we've submitted documents to that effect.
Yep, I'm aware of the levels of the sort of inconsiderate and illegal parking. All I can say is that our review will create spaces that are legal and people can use without fear of potentially getting a ticket at some point.
Are you aware of the complaint I made to your department about not considering the decriminalisation of parking so that council wardens could be put back on the streets and actually start to manage and enforce these parking restrictions?
I'm actually not aware of that complaint that you've submitted. I did get a briefing recently on where we are with the whole decriminalised parking enforcement issue, and I think it was decided at a full council meeting back in October 2013, where Police Scotland's consultation on the review of traffic wardens and public counter service provision was discussed, and that the council decided not to go down the route of decriminalised parking enforcement.
Would you agree that that is still the position taken by the council today, that there is no plans to decriminalise parking in the town?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, that is still the council's stance.
We were just looking at the figures in terms of the three prongs, as I see it: Greensands, Yellow Lining and DG Homes. And I think we've covered the point that if DG Homes is not available, there's 120 spaces not available there. Okay, I won't ask you that again. That would be repetitive, I think, yeah. This question of a number of people in terms of the previous public realm improvements that were aspirational in the master plan. And I would just like to ask you about your knowledge or thoughts about the idea of the multi-storey car park that was proposed as part of the master plan but has not materialised. Is that still an option? Is that still a possibility? Or is that... I've always understood that multi-storey car parks won't be built in towns that have free parking on the street.
Okay, I can refer you to two documents that cover the multi-storey car parks. There's CR6, clause 333, and CR16, clause 39. What it was basically saying is that multi-storey car parks were considered at D&G Homes car park, and it was looked at in Brooms Road car park. Now, to build a multi-storey, you obviously need foundations and columns, and also new access and egress ramps. And in the case of the D&G Homes car park, a second level was looked at. So although the second level would provide extra spaces, you were actually losing a lot of the spaces on the ground floor. So in terms of a cost benefit, it didn't really seem to make sense. I think reported to the December 2016 committee was a cost of approximately 450,000 to provide an extra level at the D&G Homes, and which only had a net increase of 24 spaces. Therefore, it was deemed to be not financially cost effective, and the cost was disproportionate to modest benefits, especially with the current net gain of 50 spaces which we're proposing.
And was that only for one level of a multi-storey car park? I've always thought of a multi-storey car park perhaps of having a number of levels, and would it not have been possible to have obtained 80% grant as part of the flood protection scheme for that structure?
So to answer your first question, it was just a second level that was looked at. In terms of the finances of paying for a car park, that's sort of out with my remit. I can't answer that.
But am I right in saying that the Greensands car park is being paid for as part of the flood protection scheme, and the DG Homes site is being purchased as part of the flood protection scheme? Presumably, all of that is attracting 80% grant.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, the Greensands and the DG Homes is coming out of the overall scheme budget. But as I said, what we've demonstrated is, with the on-street parking review, the D&G Homes site and Greensands, that we've got a net gain of 50. So why would we bother building a multi-storey car park?
Because that would locate the cars on the Whitesands rather than dispersing them through the town and putting them on the Greensands, which is a green space and is a bit further away. This would have been a method by which the Whitesands car parking could have been kept in that location.
This has already answered that question, Mr. Dawson.
Could I just ask you about the Art College access to the Greensands? Is that land currently owned by the council, or is that? I know it's a legal point, but do you have an agreement to open up that access?
Yes, the old Art College car park, that's council car park. And as you probably know, the Greensands was common good land, which was a previous committee. The council were given access to use that land because it's common good land, and it was deemed the Whitesands flood protection was for the benefit of the public, and committee agreed that the land down at Greensands could be used for the parking redevelopment.
With regard to that access through the Art College, and I'm looking at particularly paragraph 3.39, there's a lot of concern about what I would call potential traffic build-up in George Street or getting into that actual access in the Art College. Have you really done a full impact on how people coming from different directions in the town will actually find that access into that car park, even with signage? I can see how it might be easy if you're coming along the Whitesands or easy air, but I'm wondering, how do you access it if you're coming from other directions?
Yes, so the current proposal is that you would access the Greensands via either Charlotte Street or George Street, and you go through the old Art College car park, down a ramp into the Greensands area. You would then exit from the car park along by the boathouse and drive up Nith Avenue to get out. We carried out a study just a couple of weeks ago. Myself and my team went and sat and assessed, counted cars between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, just to try and establish what the current pattern of flows are. And to a ratio of 2 to 1, people were accessing the old college car park via Charlotte Street, coming off Buccleuch Street. Obviously, the people that were parking down the Greensands were using Nith Avenue. As you know, there's a school on George Street, which we did notice at about 8:45, the traffic did significantly increase. Not to a state of gridlock or anything, it was just a bit busier, and then after 9 o'clock that subsided. We're thinking as well that the Greensands will be promoted as long stay, so a lot of people that, as you mentioned, work in the solicitors and the different offices on George Street, Castle Street, can use this facility, so they'll probably be driving down there between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. So our assessment was, at the moment, everything seems to work fine. There was no serious congestion. So we're ultimately proposing an extra 60 spaces down the Greensands. So that's an extra 60 cars that will use that route. Now, they'll either come from Buccleuch Street to go down Charlotte Street, or some of them may choose to go down Irving Street and then along George Street. But what we're going to do is, I think it's been mentioned in the design justification report and in the environmental impact statement, that we will carry out some detailed traffic modelling, and that will assess the effects of the additional vehicles accessing it. What we like to think as well is that by people going straight into the old college car park, they'll not then drive along George Street in front of the school. Now, it's currently a 20-mile-an-hour road, that anyway, so we see a slight decrease in traffic in front of the school during the with the new car park. And also, I'd just like to mention that if there is a perceived increase in traffic, say on Castle Street at going home time, the council do have the Scoot traffic management system at the main junctions in the town. Now, that's the split cycle offset optimization technique, and which is basically an adaptive traffic management system that in real time it adapts and changes the light settings should there be a build-up of traffic at any one particular junction. So I think with the traffic modelling and any mitigation from that, as well as the existing traffic management system in Dumfries, I think we can reasonably say that 60 extra spaces down at the Greensands should be easily accommodated.
Yes, the Scoot system. Are you aware that many people think that the traffic flows faster when the Scoot system fails? Are you aware of that comment?
I'm aware of that comment, and I believe I was speaking to the officer for the traffic signals yesterday, and she said in recent years it has been upgraded and improved, and she did suggest that if people are of that opinion, that should quite gladly turn it off one day and just to see what the state of Dumfries would be in at 5 o'clock that evening. So that would be my answer to that.
I apologise, I couldn't resist that question. Could you clear up? There was a little bit of. I was a little bit unsure earlier whether is it Nith Avenue is going to be one way or two way. There seemed to be a little bit of disagreement about that.
Yes, Nith Avenue will remain as a two-way road. It'll be one way for the people that are exiting from the car park, but it will still allow access down to the boathouse and to the residents at the end of Nith Avenue. What I'd like to say is that Nith Avenue historically was used, that was the main access for the old Dumfries swimming pool. It's a fairly it's a 5 metre wide road at the bottom section, narrowing to 4 metres at the top section. And in accordance with the council's road design standards, a minor link road, you can have a minimum width of 4 metres still to provide two-way working with intervisible passing places. So it is still to council standard. And we'd also say that as a result of the traffic modelling, we will look at the junction of Nith Avenue and George Street, because we do realise that it could, not congestion as such, but we will look at it from a visibility point of view, that there'll be more traffic maybe exiting from there.
And you're obviously aware of the steepness of that particular hill as it comes up to the top there. You're quite well, obviously you're fairly happy about the safety standards of people trying to come out out of North Avenue into it's George Street, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's very steep and difficult, isn't it? Could you also comment on that steepness in terms of, you know, people with mobility problems, elderly people, etc.?
Well, it's an existing road. It's been there for numerous years. In terms of connectivity, the new car park at Greensands, there will be a new ramp and stairs provided from the car park up into the old college car park. There's also access onto Park Lane from Greensands. So there's ways people, if want to access the town centre, they can use the other side of the Greensands. In terms of North Avenue, yeah, it's a fairly narrow road, but it still conforms to standards. I don't think a lot of people parking at Greensands use that for access unless they're going to a specific area. They tend to go, I think Park Avenue. Sorry, Park Lane. But yeah, it's a fairly steep road, but there's not a lot we can do to change that.
And in terms of your previous comments, do you agree that anyone using that car park wanting to access the town centre will have to cross a busy road, i.e. Buccleuch Street in future?
No, not necessarily. They can walk along the cycle path beside the Nith and walk under Buccleuch Street Bridge and get nice views of the river.
I'll accept that one. Okay. The Greensands will be allowed to flood in future, so it's going to be very comparable to the Whitesands at the moment. You're going to have to clear it of cars, presumably when it floods in future. Is that correct?
Greensands would currently flood, I think, in either it's a 1 in 2 or a 1 in 5 year event, similar to the situation down at Dock Park. I think someone mentioned at the start of the inquiry that we had to put sort of priority on the different areas in terms of urban importance, and I think that Dock Park and Greensands were given slightly less importance than the Whitesands, thus the name of the Whitesands Flood Protection Scheme. So the design of the Greensands will be such that it will be relatively maintenance free, and the terms of planting, surfacing materials, etc. will all be designed so that it can be easily sort of cleaned and repaired if necessary after a flood event to get it back working as a car park as soon as possible after an event.
Which is, I'm sure, do you agree, which is what you currently have to do on the Whitesands, and obviously there's considerable expense in doing that. That will now really have to be done in a much larger area of the Greensands.
Can you just repeat your question, please?
Sorry. At the moment, after a flood on the Whitesands, you have a kind of fairly big clean-up operation before you can open it up as a car park again. I'm saying that with the increased number of car parking spaces on the Greensands, that problem is in a sense being transferred to the Greensands. You'll have to do a lot more clean-up on the Greensands before it can be opened up again as a car park.
I think with the Greensands, there's a lot more green space. It's not all going to be surfaced in black tar. There will be areas where I think they're proposing to use reinforced grass, and the roads, the access roads themselves will be tarred. But I think it's a slightly different environment from the Whitesands in terms of the different curbs and different levels, walls and things. That the Greensands will be a fairly open space with green landscaping. In terms of clean-up operation, I don't think there'll be nearly as much effort required as is on the Whitesands.
Do you not think it would be easier to clean tarmac as it is on the Whitesands than to actually clean grasscrete. From what I know of grasscrete, that may be very difficult to clean. It's something to think about, perhaps. Why did you propose that the Greensands would be only long stay? I've made the comment that that would seem to serve the office workers at that end of town very well, and I'm sure they would be very grateful for that. But in terms of shoppers, visitors, tourists wanting to just stay for a short stay, it probably wouldn't be so good. Could you tell us the logic behind you making it long stay?
Yeah, well, there's numerous car parks in that area. You've got the Charlotte Street car park, George Street car park, Gordon Street car park, and the Greensands. So by making the Greensands all long stay, that could potentially free up some of the spaces on some of these other car parks in that area. And I think what we're trying to do is, by the removal of the 176 spaces from the Whitesands, we want to try and balance it so what we're taking away in terms of long and short, we're trying to readdress that balance, and that meant that the majority of the spaces in the D&G Homes car park could be short stay, and to balance that, Greensands would be long term.
Can I just ask at this point, Mr Dyson, how many more questions you have and whether we need to consider a break? You'd initially estimated 40 minutes this morning, so we're probably about 45, 50 just now, I think. Not press you're asking you to cut down, but obviously the witness has been sitting
Could I
for a
put
while.
it to Mr Topping, whichever he would, if he would prefer a break just now, I would be quite happy with that, or if he would want to continue. I would think another 15 minutes or so, 20, maybe.
The reason I'm asking as well is that it's not good practice to, once you've started cross-examination, not to finish it. So we're all going to be here this evening until we're finished. So I was really just trying to get an estimate of time from you, how long you think you have left for cross-examination, because we also have questions.
I'll try and help by cutting what I can as quickly as I can, if that will help. And I would be happy. How do you feel, Mr Topping? What would you like to do?
I'll just say keep going.
Right. Could you tell us just a little bit about disabled spaces, which we feel? I believe 7 disabled spaces are being lost on the riverside parking, if I can put it that way. And that is of some concern, I mean, particularly in regard to accesses onto the Evergilla Bridge. This has been a selling point that's been put, that it's going to be so much more mobile. How will disabled drivers be able to park? Will they have to cross the busy road of the Whitesands to get to in future? And what thoughts have you got about provisions for disabled drivers?
You're right, yeah, about 7 spaces, disabled bays on the riverside are going to be lost, and the idea is to re-provide them on the shop and the east side. Now, I did mention that a review of these spaces would be undertaken at the detailed design stage, so I think what we can probably do is have a look if any specific spaces can be provided on the northbound side of the Whitesands, for that purpose, so that they don't need to cross, although there are several controlled crossing points on the Whitesands for disabled users to cross from. But all I can say at the moment is, yeah, it's a mandatory requirement, and it will undertake a full review of the short-term, long-term and disabled parking as part of the detailed design.
In paragraph 3.53, if I could just ask you to have a wee look at that. You talk about the majority of alternative and replacement parking provision will be identified and implemented prior. What do you mean by the majority there? We would certainly be seeking for the total figure to be done, but what does majority mean in that sentence?
Well, I think it means the majority, as in we'll do as much as we can in consultation with the contractor. We'll probably look at having a phased approach for the different stages of the construction, and it might be that certain car parks can be constructed, developed, etc., and in place prior to the start of the works. Others may need to be done as the construction works progress, and so I think it will be down to a phased approach with the contractor and with advanced works that will be agreed at the time. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking this is because previously councillors were very keen to assure us that the new car parking provision would be in place prior to any commencement of works. They didn't use the word majority, they just said it would be in place. So we are, from our side, looking for the whole parking provision to be in place before the real construction works go ahead. Can you give us, it sounds to me like you cannot give us an assurance that that's the case.
You mentioned the councillors mentioned that. Was that in a committee? Was that in a committee report?
Yes, I think it previously was. It certainly was, I thought, a very broad aim of the whole thing, and an assurance that was given. And I'd have to identify it just precisely where it was, but I certainly think that was the principle of what the councillors were looking for.
Well, if you could identify the exact report, I'd be quite grateful for that.
Right.
As I say, I think likes of the green sands that can be implemented prior to any works going on. That's quite a straightforward redevelopment project. The D&G Homes car park, well, it's already there. It's just a case of taking away the pay and display aspect from it to make it free. And in the run-up as well, we can certainly look at the implementation of all the on-street review of the weighting restrictions. So when I say majority, it's I don't see any reason why we can't achieve the majority.
There would still have to be quite extensive works at the green sands, and then you'd have to promote all these TROs, yellow lines around the town. So, I mean, I'm looking for an assurance that that work would be done in advance of, could be done in advance of any major construction works or loss of parking on the Whitesands.
Yes, in terms of giving you assurance, all I can say is that is the plan at the moment to provide the majority of alternative parking prior to the main works commencing.
3.55 referred to signing. We agree, I think, that a complete signing review is required. So I thank you for that. There's a bit of a reassurance. I'm trying to move
Just
forward.
wondering if it's an appropriate point to take a break. Why don't we take a short recess of 10 minutes? Okay. Mr. Dyson, you okay? Right, I'll hand back to you then. Thank you.
Okay, well, in the interest of progress, I do feel that Mr. Topping has been very patient and answered the bulk of my questions, and the questions I have left are fairly detailed, but I feel we've really covered the ground, and I will leave it there, I think.
Okay, if you're content, we don't want to pressurise you. If you have some pressing questions you would still like to ask.
I don't think anything would really be added to what we've heard, really. It would be detailed. It's not going to be significant, and I think I'm grateful to Mr. Topping for being so patient. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Topping, I now only have a few questions for you because many of my questions have been asked and answered in the process of your statement. And then a couple of just fairly straightforward questions. It seems that there's still a bit of design work to be done. Is it a consideration that there would be measures to improve security at Greensands Car Park in association with the flood protection scheme?
Yeah, I think the detailed design aspect would look at things like security, safety, accessibility. We'd look at the lighting provision down there. We'd try and make sure that there's not too many features that people could, hide behind, or from a personal safety point of view. So we're trying to make it as open as possible and as accessible and attractive to people to use. Obviously, the more people then that use it and park there, the safer they'll feel leaving their car there. So, yeah, I think there is still some detailed design work to be done. The layout for the Greensands shown on the flood protection order drawings is fairly indicative, but it does show where all the parking's going. It shows the new planting arrangements, and where the new ramp and stairs will be up to the upper level. So in terms of security and safety, in terms of lighting and things like that, they will get designed at the detailed design stage.
Thank you. There's been a bit of discussion about how many parking spaces might be taken up by the proposed toilets and pumping station at the D&G Homes car park. Would you be able to give us an idea of how many might be removed or reduced from the existing capacity there?
If we look at the proposed pumping station, that will be underground, and all that really needs is some access. It's like a sort of cabinet and a manhole in the ground. That can be placed sort of out of the way, sort of at the side, away from the main parking area. So I don't think that's not going to take away a lot of the surface area from the car parking area. That can be kept to a minimum, and as I say, put in a corner or somewhere that's out of the way. At most, you might have to lose a couple of car parking spaces. In terms of the public toilets, I think what I've been led to believe is that the council have been considering perhaps maybe potentially some local disused shops or buildings as a potential for the toilets. Another solution I think Mr. Sayers mentioned was the toilets at the entrance to the car park. So I think that's still subject to some further design work and acquisition of property. But if it did have to be sited within the car park, it would be near the entrance. Again, we'd try and keep the reduction in spaces down to a minimum. At present, there's various figures. In fact, in one of Save Our Sands documents, there's a figure of 129 spaces were counted. I think I've got a couple of documents, 125 and 120 spaces. So it's of that order. So it might be that if a toilet block had to be built within the area, it might only need, say, five spaces. So what I'm trying to get is I don't think it would be a huge percentage loss of surface area for the pumping station or the toilet facility.
And just in relation to the comments that were made about the competition to Dumfries for local shopping in relation to free car parking, this is just to, I suppose, satisfy my curiosity in this matter. Do the council provide free car parking in other local towns such as Dalbeattie, Castle Douglas, etc.? Are those also pay for parking?
And I think all the other local towns are free as well. So the only time you would have to pay, it would be more of a fine. The short-term car parks are enforced by the council's community safety officers, and the short-stay car parks that operate the disc zone, you put your disc on for, it's usually 2 hours. If you do go over that 2 hours, a community safety officer can impose a fine.
Thanks.
So it's free, providing you adhere. I think there's a disc zone. I think it's in Stranraer as well, and maybe Langham. But the rest of Dumfries and Galloway, it's all free parking, which I think it's something that maybe not the right words, but I think maybe the people of Dumfries and Galloway maybe don't always appreciate that when you do get sometimes visitors arriving in Dumfries, I've been at Brooms Road car park, for instance, and the tourists ask me where they pay. They're looking for the machine to actually pay for their parking on Brooms Road car park, and when you tell them it's free, they're quite surprised. So I think we are quite spoiled, and should be grateful that we do have a lot of free car parking. As I say, you go down to Carlisle, there's some free facilities at the station, but apart from that, you'd have to walk for about half an hour. It's all paid car parking down there.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, it turns out we have a lot less questions remaining than we initially thought. So, Mr. Connell, do you have any further questions for your witness?
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Thank you. I think it's been a reasonably long day and a long session this afternoon. So I don't intend to discuss the site inspection today. I think what we'll do is leave it overnight, let people have a think. These are the stops that we're proposing to make. If anyone has any burning desire to add anything into the route, we would rather know now rather than on the day. So if you could have a think about it, what we would like to do is by the end of tomorrow have an agreed position so that we can confirm to the non-home residents and any other parties who are interested in coming along. So tomorrow morning we will continue with community engagement, and I think we'll hear first from Save Our Sands witnesses tomorrow morning, and with the council witnesses in the afternoon. Okay. Thanks everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.